Right. Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome. I hope this is working. I started talking, and then I don't think it was like quite live yet. So here we are. Hello, everyone. Let me just tweet out as always.
Take care of those logheads.
Let's actually this time use some tags. I never use any tags when I tweet out, which is probably bad. No, not one. There you go. Really? Defend me, Rex. Do it.
Don't let them get the tools back to their cave.
And hashtag Guild Wars. Cool. Alright, it's done. Alright, whoa. Hello, everyone. It's lit. What's lit? What's lit? What's lit? What's going on, everyone? Hello. I actually got a nap today, which is like very exciting. Okay, can we just say it's very exciting? Very exciting that I got a nap in today. Alright, this cord is annoying. We'll just move it over. Alright, hello. Hi, Emily, welcome. First of all, before I get into it, sorry guys, I know I lost like 9 subscribers today because I republished all of my streams and I just spammed everyone with notifications. So I'm really sorry about that, guys. I'm really sorry about that. Didn't mean to do that. I just ended up finding 90-something streams that were all on private, and I was like, well, that's not good. And then I republished them without thinking, and then I guess people were like, what the fuck is going on? And left. Which is, you know, whatever. I mean, sorry. You know, shit happens. But yeah, I don't know. Welcome, everyone, nonetheless. It's lit. The stream just started. It's already lit. I haven't even done anything yet. Why are my hands always dry? Is it this room? Is something about this room? Hands are always so dry. My nap was really good. I had a really weird dream. I dreamt something weird. I've been having weird dreams lately, but that's like normal. I don't remember what it was though. I don't think it's good for the YouTube algorithm because there were a lot of different streams. There was a ton of Guild Wars streams in there, but there was a ton of other streams in there too. So I don't know how well that worked. My thing is though that I need to get more watch time in. So for those people that actually stayed, which, you know, we still have like a lot of people that have joined the channel recently. I hope that maybe they will consider watching some of the stuff. I'm really close, guys, to getting getting to the next level, the next tier of YouTube. Really close, so that's exciting. But yeah, I'm just leveling. I talked about this yesterday. I kind of wanted to have a Beastmaster character, and I don't have a char, so I made a char, and we're just here doing that. So, but we can talk about some stuff. I just literally 2 minutes before I started the stream, I was on Reddit, and God knows I don't like posting on Reddit, but I was just like, you know, I had this really interesting idea today, and I guess I'm gonna elaborate on this idea that I had, because yesterday we talked about like utilizing partners and streams and doing more of that involvement, right? Hey, welcome. I'm intoxicated. That weird. The X makes it look like you chopped down all the trees. Yeah, I do that. It's okay. I'm just here. Hello. I love how like you can't actually swing the axe. I was like, I'm gonna chop down this tree. Welcome everyone. So someone remind me who was talking about flesh reavers yesterday. Who's the one bringing that up? Because with today's post, I gotta say they were like spot on. It was one of you guys, and I don't know who it was, and I want to give the proper person credit, but they were like spot on with the flesh reaver thing, because you cannot tell me that today's post was not a full-on flesh reaver as a Kryptis. I was very excited about that. but yeah, so I don't know. We're gonna talk about that, and we're gonna talk. So let me talk about what I posted on Reddit. You guys can go look at it if you need to, as well. For those of you that are on Reddit, it is on the expac in 3 weeks, but ... which was posted 2 hours ago by Rhubarb Otherwise 1391. And again, it's like the 17th post in the last, I don't know, 7 days that talked about where's the advertisement, where are the videos, where are the trailers, where's the hype, where's the whatever, right? But I kind of, because we talked about partners yesterday, right? And we talked about how utilizing the partners in streams and stuff. But I had this like idea today, because I was doing a lot of yard work today. I was doing a lot of work outside. My yard was like a mess. It looked really bad. So I had a lot of stuff to do outside. But I kind of had like an idea as to utilizing, because there aren't just like content, like there's different types of content creation, right? There's different types of streamers. Well, there's different types of just content creators. There's streamers, there's people that make videos, or you know, those might be interchangeable or whatever, right? But there's also the artists, right? There's people that draw random stuff and they're partnered with ArenaNet. So here was a wild thought that I had, and I kind of like, I'm like, this would be another way to maybe advertise, maybe get some hype out there. I got gold for literally doing nothing. Love it. So my thought process, my thought was that how can we utilize, because I keep talking about streamers and I keep talking about like, you know, like those types of content creators, but what about the artists that are partners? Because there's a bunch of really good artists that they have that are partnered with ArenaNet. So, oh, it was you that did it? Okay, well, thank you. I love how you call them flesh weavers when they're flesh reavers, and I said that yesterday too, which is really weird because I don't know where you get flesh weavers from. But that's really funny that you say that. But so my idea was that what if for each, so the blog post, right? We have the blog post. The problem with the blog post, look at those leaves falling down. Have you guys ever noticed that? I've never noticed that before. It's on that tree too. Oh, is it because there's a woodcutter? Oh, when there's a woodcutter cutting the tree, the leaves are falling down. Hey guys, there's a did you know? I've never noticed that before. Look at that. That's really cool. When there's a woodcutter cutting the tree, the leaves fall down from the tree. Well, oh no, they see? It's only on the ones where the woodcutters are doing it. This guy is not cutting. Is he about to? He keeps just stowing his weapon and taking it back out. I love that. All right, great. Right? That's a neat detail. So, so my idea was that for these blog posts, because they're very short and they don't give a lot of info and they don't get a lot of like, there's not a lot going on with these blog posts, right? Emily asked me today, like, hey, are you gonna make a video on the new blog posts on the news that are coming out? But I'm like, it's like 2 paragraphs, 3 paragraphs maybe, with like really just no meat to the thing. They're literally like twice in that post. They literally like to say, oh, in order to find out, you have to play the game. Oh, here's this thing, but we're not going to tell you about it. You have to play the game. Twice in that article, in that blog post. I'm like, what's the point of this article if you're just telling me like, hey, we have all these things in game, but you got to play it? It's like, of course you have to play it, but that's not why you're posting this, right? You're trying to get us hyped for the expansion. It just seems very like whatever. So they're very bare bones, those posts. So my idea was that they could take these artists that they have, these artists that are partners, and they can show them maybe a random character, a random environment. Like, they don't even have to give them the name of the character. They just show them like an in-game model of the character. They show them maybe a new weapon. Maybe they show them an environment. Maybe whatever they want to pick, right? So they go to the artist and they say, hey, we want you to draw us something. And you get to pick, like, do you want a weapon? Do you want a character? Do you want an environment? Like, what do you want, right? And they're like, give me I like drawing weapons, or I'm working on my character, like, I'm trying to get better on like drawing characters, so give me a character or whatever, right? Or I want to experiment like drawing an environment or something, so give me that, right? So they get to pick out what they want, and ArenaNet just sends them like an in-game model of whatever, or a picture of in-game, like random with no explanation whatsoever. Because again, we don't want to spoil those partners either, right? So you just show them something, and then you tell them, hey, okay, so you have seen this picture now. We want you to draw this picture, or we want you to draw this item, or we want you to draw this person. We want you to make a you know, whatever, like draw in your own style, make it, you know, whatever. You could even have, like, if it's a weapon, you can draw your own character having this weapon in your hand or something, you know, kind of give them a little bit of creative freedom. You know, like an environment, you can do it at night if you want to, and like reimagine it a little bit or whatever, right? And just take that and put that on the bottom of their blog post and say like, hey, this and this artist was shown a picture of something, and here's their iteration of what that picture looks like. So instead of actually showing us stuff that's in the game, they're showing us another artist's interpretation, or like, you know, how they re-envisioned the picture or whatever that they were shown, kind of giving us a hint as to like characters that might be in the expansion, places that might be in the expansion, but it's in the art style of like whatever the artist chooses. So it's not like a direct spoiler, because it's just like, well, this is like a second hand, like, you know, this is another person. And they could have it even where they tell us this in the beginning of the announcement. So if like the day that they announce the expansion, and they say, hey, with every blog post, we're gonna have one of our artists come, like one of our partnered artists come up with like a picture, and we're gonna show you guys, and you guys are gonna get little tidbits from the partners. So you get a little bit of like community involvement, and you get a little bit of like, a little bit of, not spoilers necessarily, but you get like a mix of all these different things. Wasp Queen, we're coming for you! I mean, that's kind of like, you know, and I just randomly came up with this idea, but I feel like, you know, because again, ArenaNet, you know, maybe their budget for marketing isn't very big, or maybe they don't have a lot of people that work at the marketing department, you know, but I think you're already doing the blog posts, right? You're already doing the effort of like, hey, you have a blog post, right? So why can't we like take that to like the next level and kind of say like, hey, let's try to, I don't know, like kind of like get the community more involved. I always say, I feel like maybe having the artists and the partners and stuff like more involved in things like this. Like I feel like if your marketing budget, if your advertising budget is really small, you have to find creative ways to do this. And in the post on Reddit, I also talked about how, like, you know, ArenaNet is always about innovation, right? And ArenaNet is always about like thinking outside the box and trying to find a new spin on things. And that's why Guild Wars 2 as an MMO is such a different MMO to what MMOs usually are, right? It's very different to what other MMOs usually do in a lot of different ways, right? Like, and to a fault, they're very innovative, right? Sometimes they do things that maybe don't work out, and sometimes they do things that do work out. Like, you know, there's examples for both of those throughout the whole game. So, you know, I just like to think that, like, you have to innovate on that part as well. Like, it feels like they innovate on a lot of different things, and they like try to think outside the box, but when it comes to advertisement, they completely shut down, and they just do the bare minimum, and they just do not that much about like of it, and they don't do that much. But it's like, because I know they've talked about like, oh well, our advertisement strategy is that we advertise the expansion when it comes out, so that, you know, we don't lose the interest of a person before the expansion comes out. We don't want to hype people up like a few months beforehand and then lose their interest by the time the expansion comes around. But it's like, you can do both. I feel like I feel like you can do both. Like, you're still doing blog posts, right? You're still giving us info every week about the expansion. So expand a little bit on that. Do that a little bit more with the community involved, with the artists involved, because those artists have followers as well. Those artists have communities of their own, right? They're part of the Guild Wars community, but they themselves have followers on Twitter, and they themselves have, right? And they can like tweet out on their own like Twitter channel, or you know, whatever we call that now, but you know, on their own X's. I don't know how you would call that. But they can tweet, you know, they can tweet out and they can say, hey, I drew this picture for ArenaNet, check it out, right? So the reach becomes a little bit, not exponential, but it's like additive, right? So there's like a bigger reach of these posts that they have. I don't know, it's just an idea that I had. Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, I don't know. Arena goes from like one extreme to the next. I feel like for End of Dragons, they were doing a lot of like, not necessarily advertisement, but they were like a lot more involved because they were doing like weekly streams. And they were doing these weekly streams, and they were like on guild chat and stuff like that. And I don't know, it's just like, and now we get like nothing. Like guild chat doesn't even exist anymore. Like they don't even do anything there anymore. Like it's just, like I said yesterday, it's just really awkward and weird most of the time when they do that. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's just a random idea that I came up with. Obviously there might be pros and cons to that idea. Maybe someone might say like, oh, this is not a good idea, or maybe, you know, whatever. But I, you know, I don't know. I just feel like get more creative with some stuff. I feel like getting more creative and thinking outside the box is something that ArenaNet is really good at, right? So it's something that I would encourage them to do more of. So, guys, I really have to, like, my hands are, I don't know what's on them. I'll be right back. Drive me crazy. Sorry, I put some lotion on my hand. I don't know. I don't know what's going on there. It's driving me crazy. Blah, blah, blah. I wish you had a little bit more before the expansion. I understand that they're testing, releasing expansions. They prefer doing promos right when it releases versus longer term. Just be cool to have anything, honestly. It feels a little bit better. It feels kind of weird. It feels like I was holding chalk the whole time, is what it felt like. My hands felt like very chalky, and I'm like, I don't know why. I don't know. Maybe I ran it through my hair because I have stuff in my hair right now. Maybe that's what it was. But, anyways, excuse me. I'm just gonna let my bird take care of it. I agree. I miss guild chat too. Or like a teaser cinematic trailer. I don't know. Hype is generated from the community itself. With their current model, most people read their posts and that's about it. If they could get content creators involved, they could get a discussion going. The thing is, most people in the community that are hyped are playing the game rather than talking about it. Guild Wars 2 is quite peculiar in the way how people approach content. And yes, thank you. I do feel better. So, yeah, Yeah, so yesterday I was saying like getting their partners more involved. I was talking yesterday at length, and this is something like if you guys missed yesterday's stream or whatever, there's a big part right in the middle. I mean, you could it's on YouTube, you can look at it. But I had a long, and I'm not gonna do another one, but like a long rant. But I had a long rant about utilizing streamers, you know, like their partnered streamers that they have, like Mucklug, like Mighty Teapot, like you know, whoever else. They have a bunch of people that are not well known that probably would love to join them on a guild chat stream, right? Because I talked a little bit about how I think a lot of them are very awkward, socially awkward. I mean, a lot of them are developers. They sit behind a desk all day. They don't know what it means to be in front of a camera. They don't know what it means to be engaging with you know, the people that they're talking to and stuff, right? And they don't get like, I don't know if they get to actually read the chat as it goes along, so they don't know what people are actually like reacting to, what they're saying and stuff. So it'd be interesting to have a third party that could represent the player base on stream with them, right? That was kind of my idea. So that was another idea that I had yesterday about involving, oh, my hands feel so much better now. About involving involving their content creators, their partners that they have, right? I just think like you have this whole partner program and you have so many people on that partner program. There's a ton of people on that partner program. You can actually look on their website. I think it's on their website. You can actually look on like, you know, if you click like become a partner or something, there's like a link that you can click or something. And you can actually see all the people that are partnered. There's a ton of them. A lot of them don't make Guild Wars content anymore, but you know, or they have kind of made less over the last whatever. But yeah, I don't know. It's just something where I'm like, you can utilize these partners a little bit more. And it's just, yeah, hype is generated from the community itself, right? And that's something that you see a lot. And the thing is, I don't know. It's tough. It's tough when we talk about. I do agree with that 100%. Is that a unique model for a boar? That doesn't look like a regular boar model, does it? It looks different. The giant boar? No, I just think it's a... Maybe? Does that look different to this? No, I think that's just a larger version of it, right? I don't know. Alright, I guess I'm gonna help out. I want to give the newbies a chance to get in there. Hey. Another thing that I miss are the behind the scenes and making of videos. The making of Nightfall is still one of my favorite videos. I don't think I've ever watched that video. I don't think I've ever watched that. So that's cool. That's something that I might check out because that sounds super interesting. That definitely sounds like something I would love to see. Like I don't know. There's just like a lot of different ways. Like, you know, Chicken was on stream, what was a few weeks ago, and he talked a little bit about like being partner and being advertising and stuff. We had a discussion going that day, and he was saying like when they make a blog post, it has to be translated, and if they make a post, it has to be translated, and it like costs money and it costs time and blah 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 blah. But the thing, the idea here, the question is like, if you're already planning on doing a blog post, like I get that maybe we're limited to what they're doing, but if they could like kind of expand on what they're doing already, like that would be very nice, I think. Again, I don't know. It's just there's so many different avenues that they could take this. Longbow, boar tusk, no. Sell all this. We're just doing random leveling, guys. So here, oh, he doesn't have all of them. This is Phil Thackeray, who has almost all of them. He's missing a golden Moa. But you can actually see the different models of the Moa. Like, the blue has like a big white beak. The crimson, or red Moa, as they're called as well. Oh, you get a little animation when you talk to them. It's like, you can see how different they are, right? I love the white Moa. The white Moa is cool. And then, of course, we have our friend here, Rex, who is a black Moa. Boom. Love it. Yeah, there's no golden Moa here. No yellow Moa. Is there another one that's missing? I think that's it, though. I think that is it. Damn, that partner program also needs to be revamped and updated. Half of those people aren't active at all. Would be cool to invest in the partners way more. I agree. I played like 4 times, but it's sad. It just feels like it's frozen in place. I have applied before as well, and I talked about this yesterday. And again, I'm not shit talking ArenaNet, but because they're not doing these things that I'm talking about, because they're not involved. Oh look, there's golden moas right there. Why doesn't he catch one right there? I like I feel like because they don't do these things, the partner program is so minimalistic. I feel like there's really no like Chicken was talking about how they get like their tweets tweeted and they get to use the Guild Wars channel like once a week or something. They get to have like a chance of like utilizing it and stuff. Like he couldn't go into details and stuff, but he was like there's like different avenues that not a lot of partners are actually using. And I just think that like, but that doesn't really entice me to want to join the program anymore. I just feel like if I'm not a partner, I don't really think I'm missing out on anything. You know what I mean? I feel like there's not a lot of there's no weight that the name ArenaNet partner really carries. I feel like, and that's because I feel like they underutilize the partner program, like I've talked about. I feel like they can do a lot of different things. And you know, it's a shame. I will say it's a shame because I really think that they could do great things with it. But you know, I talked about the launcher. I feel like they could advertise some of their partners on the launcher in a way. You know, they could like, I don't know. There's like different things. I think on the launcher, it's like it's the same info all the time. There's no the videos that they have posted on the launcher are like, you know, it's just like stuff from like months, years ago, even sometimes, and it's like update that a little bit more, you know, because that's the first thing that we see. But do you guys ever check the launcher? Do you guys ever check what's on the launcher? I don't. I literally click the button, and as soon as this play, I hit play. I don't even read what's on there because I know that the shit that's on there is boring and not interesting, and it's not something I want to see. It doesn't grab my attention. It's not something where I see like, oh, here's some Twitch streamers, or here's whatever, or you know what I mean? Like there's no, you know, here's a picture of an artist, or here's a tweet that we tweeted out, or here's whatever, right? Like I feel like other games have launchers where they give us a lot more like, ooh, I want to kind of check that out maybe, or I want to see some stuff, but I feel like their launcher isn't really like there's these different things that they can maybe utilize a little bit better. Yeah, I mean there's like, you know, they give you like giveaway codes, and apparently you can use the Guild Wars Twitch channel once a week or something. They retweet your tweets if you need them to. Like there's like different things like that, I guess, that you have avenue in, but I feel like none of that is really significant to the point where I would consider myself wanting to be under someone else's thumb, where I can't sit there and maybe if I shit talk Arena too much, they might consider taking me off the program, or you know, things like that, where I'm kind of like, it feels a little like, ooh, you know, I don't have that freedom anymore of doing whatever the fuck I want to. You know, if I want to sit here for 2-3 hours and talk shit about ArenaNet, I can, but I can't do that if I'm a partner, right? You know what I mean? So I do not have Guam. I do not have that. If there's something new, I might notice it, but it doesn't change much. It doesn't, you know, it really doesn't. I feel like the launcher is misused as well. There's like certain things like that I sit down and I think about how, like, I'm like, man, you know, kind of do something with it. Like I know a lot of new games have come out, and like, it's really cool. Temtem is one of them. Right, Temtem I kind of look at, and Temtem obviously is like a Pokemon knockoff thing, right? It has like nothing to do with like Guild Wars or WoW or Final Fantasy 14. Like it's not in that ballpark or whatever of games. But the first thing they do when you log into the game is they have like their Twitch streamers. They have like a list of people that are streaming on Twitch. And they're like, check out these streamers on Twitch. It's like stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like if you can have your partners in the launcher as like whoever is live right now, like, you know, one of your YouTube partners is live, put them in the launcher and be like, hey, here's, you know, these people, all these ArenaNet partners are live right now, if you're gonna go check them out. You know, it's stuff like that where I'm like, get more involvement in there, you know, it's just utilize the shit you have. And then yeah, so the partner program, and Chicken did have a good point because we just talked about how like half of the list is inactive. And he did have a point in saying that, which it does make sense. I do see both sides, but he did have a point in saying that half of the like the people that are inactive on the partner list are still on the partner list because if they ever decide to come back and do Guild Wars content for like an expansion and stuff, they're already part of the program and they can just like post stuff as an ArenaNet partner and stuff, and they don't have to like reinitialize bringing people in, right? They don't always want to go through the process of getting like new people in there and stuff. But I'm like, I'm like, you never know if those people will ever come back though. So if you have like 200 people on your partner list and 100 of them don't do any Guild Wars content, and like 4 years down the road they still don't make it, wouldn't you take them off the list? Like I kind of would take them out of the partner list. Because you got to think about it this way. So think about it that way in the sense of like the partner program is supposed to be there to build a community as well as advertise your game as well, right? Get the name out there for both the content creator and the studio, right? So it's like it's for everyone, right? It's supposed to kind of help build this like huge thing, right? Like we kind of talked about all this stuff. And my thing is, if you have someone on your partner list that hasn't done any content for Guild Wars 2 in 4 years, it's just kind of like, well, it's like that's a wasted like spot that maybe someone that's constantly making new videos could be a part of, right? Getting new people on that partner program more easily, like the less people you have on your partner program, the more people you kind of want to have join, right? If I have 200 people on my partner program and I look at it, I'm like, and I see more people applying, I look at it, I'm like, well, we already have 200 people. We really don't need more people in the program, right? I mean, it's like, I don't know if there's a limit to what they think about, but they also don't want to necessarily have to, because they have to somewhat manage and like moderate a little bit on that as well, because sometimes someone says something wrong, or maybe like if you have 200 people, what if every single one of them wants you to retweet their stuff? Like there's a lot of different things, right? That becomes like a job at that point, because you kind of have to moderate those interactions and stuff. But it's like, if you take 100 off and you're like, well, we had 200, that kind of incentivizes you to maybe get new people on the program, which then again, those people that are currently making content for your game will then advertise for your game right then and there. If you have 100 people that don't advertise for your game for the last 4 years, what's the point of having them on the partner program? They're not doing anything for your game. They're not doing anything. They're doing something completely different, has nothing to do with your stuff. So, what's the point in having them in there? It's a waste of that spot, I feel like, right? So, I mean, again, it's like there is pros and cons to all of that stuff, but that's just kind of how I feel about it, Making blog posts costs money and time. Translations, making a live stream costs money and time, and people controlling the live stream, but they have to decide. Dedicated partners, dedication, and exploring the avenues of advertising. I don't know. That's why, and I get that like I said, the blog posts cost money, the live streams cost money, but you're already doing them, right? Yeah, like I'm trying to supplement what you're already doing. Like you're already making a blog post that you have someone translating for you in 5 different languages or whatever, right? You hire 5 people that are each, a translator into that specific language or whatever, and they translate it into that language for you. You're already doing that. So involve your partners in creating, like I said earlier, about the images with the artists and stuff, get those. Or if you're deciding to make a live stream, right, you're already making the live stream. You already have moderation. You already have people that are like camera people, lighting people. You have developers that are, on the clock, like sitting there talking about stuff that you're paying, right? So bring in someone that doesn't cost you money, like a streamer, because I'm sure a lot of them would do it for free, because why the fuck not? Why wouldn't they want to be on a stream like that with the developers and kind of talk to them? Like, that's kind of cool, and it's kind of like, hey, you're a partner, and you could even say, we'll give you some, gem giveaway cards if you join us on our stream or something, and it incentivizes them to actually say yes. But like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I get that all of that costs money, but I'm trying to supplement. Like, we have seen a lot of blog posts as we're going into Secrets of the Obscure, but like, fluff those up a little bit, add some stuff to it, right? The blog post from today was garbage. Like, it wasn't good because there was hardly any info in it. There was nothing in it. You know, there was like, you're like, oh yeah, we have Kryptis. Okay, cool. Yeah, you have rifts all over the world. The only new info we got on rifts is that that they're not just like not just in the sky. You know, they're not just like in the sky islands, but they're like on all three continents. Okay, cool. Like, and we got a little bit of info on like, you know, their different tiers and stuff. But I feel like that's like a natural, like, I think we already understood that because that's, I don't know. I feel like there wasn't a lot of like, there wasn't a lot of meat. There wasn't a lot of like, you know, really to dig in, like stuff to dig into. Art competitions don't need translation. Okay, hold on. Let me go back. If it means anything, I also don't check the launcher. I just log into the game, but showcasing streamers and artists would be fun. Or literally, remember that one single artist weapon design contest? It was so fun and so much opportunity and never did it again. Yeah, I mean, that's a great idea. I really like that. I really love that idea. You know, you have people designing weapons constantly, right? Why not take some outside, why not take a load off of those people that are designing weapons and say, hey, you can design a weapon for later on, but we're gonna have someone else, you know, we're gonna have a contest where someone is gonna bring us a design, and then we're gonna put that into the game, right? Again, great idea. Right around Guild Wars 2 launch, in many promotional interviews, they were always mentioning that they see ArenaNet as a community building company. Years later, they became jaded and detached from the community. I can agree on that, right? I think that there's I think, again, transparency. I talked about transparency, and ArenaNet always says, like, we want to be more transparent, and we're going to be more transparent. It's like, posting blog posts that don't really dive into these things, not talking about, like, I think as a company, you sometimes have to, like, I think of it like, I work in a completely different industry, right? I work in a completely different industry that has nothing to do with video games, even that barely even uses computers, okay? And even as a company, sometimes you have to say, hey, you know, we really fucked up. Like, I've managed companies in my industry, and there's been times where even I had to go to my customers, my guests, you know, I had to go to my staff, and I had to say, you know what, like, and be transparent and say, you know what, I really fucked up, and that's my fault. Or like, you know, we as a company really fucked up and we did this wrong, but let me make this right. You know, and I think, like, that's something they should have done for Icebreath Saga. That's something they should have done for the Gyaladelph, the second release of Gyaladelph. Like, they fucked up on those, but they never really admitted to it. So to me, what that says, and I've said this before, but it kind of shows that what it shows to the community. Like, even if they talk about it internally, saying like, hey guys, that was not a good release, they never came out and told us that. They kind of just, you know, swept it under the rug. But what that says to me is that, or what they're implying, what they're showing to their customers is that, hey, even though we release the shitty content, we're okay with it, right? They're not admitting to their faults, and that's something that I really don't like. I like companies that say, you know what, that wasn't content that was really up to snuff, and we're sorry for that, and we're gonna try to do better. That's all they need to say. Like, they don't need to say anything else. But I feel like that goes a long way in building trust with the community, right? And building a bond with the community, and making the community understand that, hey, they're fucking people too, and they can make fucking mistakes. We all do. You know what I mean? We all make mistakes. We all do things wrong sometimes. It happens. We're all human, you know? But because, like you said, they're a little bit jaded in the way that they themselves built that rift between themselves and the community. And I just want them, that's why I talk about involving the partners and kind of building that bridge a little bit, kind of building that community, and kind of, you know, keeping the Guild Wars 2 community is amazing, but it's the Guild Wars 2 community by themselves, and then it's the ArenaNet people. Like, it doesn't feel like it's one community. Like I don't ever feel like ArenaNet is part of the Guild Wars community, if that makes sense. Like they don't feel the Guild Wars 2 community is amazing and they're great people and there's awesome, content creators out there and there's awesome artists out there, and it's like anytime I see any like really like people that put a lot of effort into these things, like organizing events and stuff like that in the Guild Wars 2 community, I'm always like, yeah. But it's like ArenaNet is always like they're detached from that. They're never like a real part of that. I feel like, they're very like disconnected from those things. Let's face facts. Rifts are reskin Joko invasions, infinite grind. Yay. That's kind of what it looks like to me. It looks a little bit. I'm not very excited about those things. What I'm excited about, particularly in the rifts, is that it's not just, hey, we have invasions and fight the enemies and get like a random box that you open for like a blue and a green, right? There is apparently like a currency involved in it with which helps us with other things. Maybe through doing the rifts you can maybe get more things out of the wizard's vault or something. Like maybe the currency is used in that as well. I hope that they utilize it, because they talked about like crafting and they talked about like legendary armor and stuff. There's like the only difference that I see is this currency, and I hope that they utilize the currency in good ways to really incentivize, like, hey, you don't want to do Joko invasions, you want to do rifts, because the rifts give you this really good currency that you can do stuff with. And I also hope, thought about this, I also hope that they don't do them in starter maps. Like, don't do them in the starter maps, okay? The starter maps are full. The starter maps are full of so much. We talk about Joko invasions, and we talk about, like, there's already so much going on. Make it on maps like Harathi Hinterlands, Dredchon Cliffs, Brisbane Wildlands, like these places that don't get utilized, like Firehard Rise. These places don't get utilized enough. Like, I hope that these invasions take place on like higher level maps. Arena is always about including stuff, so they always do everything in the lower level maps. It's like, fuck that. This expansion is for, us veterans. That's how you've been advertising this entire fucking expansion. So I hope that they're on higher level areas so that some of these other maps get populated. Because you go through Queensdale and you go through like any of the lower level maps, and there's always people running around, whether it's level 80 people, whether it's level, brand new players. But it's like, you go to these mid-level areas and they kind of become a little like bare bones in the people. Like, you start seeing like there's not, like, we just did map completion the other day, guys, and we didn't come across that many people. Like, there were certain areas, like we did have some people in Iron Marches, for example. There was a bunch of people here, but like certain areas like Firehard Rise, I don't think had like that many people in it and stuff. Like, it would be nice to kind of populate these other maps a little bit as well. Hi Mish King, welcome. Your Twitter handle's number, is that your birth year? Because that man, that makes me feel old. That is my birth year. Yes, it is. It is. I'm 31. They really need to there was some stuff that I didn't read, I guess. They really need to revamp that program seriously. Yeah, I mean, I've already given my thoughts on that now. I think rifts will give advantage that they can be open at any time and be essentially farmed. You can't do this with invasions, and you can't exchange currency for those. Yes, I agree. With rifts, you will be able to exchange for items and do them non-stop in a train or solo, and that's fun. Arena has a habit of trying new things constantly without some public reflection, sadly. Yes, and that's why they fail a lot of times as well, because they don't ask us about things. I always love the little gate that you get here. It's always something that stands out to me. It's such a sore thumb in the middle of this whole map. It's always like right there. So that's where the vigil is, right? Yeah, the vigil is right here. But hey, Mish King, welcome. It was really funny when Angry Joe did an interview prior to Hot release confronting Colin about the Zytian fight, and Colin just replied, "It was cool looking." Really? Is that what he said? See, I hope that with the smaller scales of the expansions that they can go back and do some of these, like one, if you guys go on the like Zaitan wiki page, you can see like, you know, in one of the early trailers they showed the dead body of what was supposed to be Zaitan, like the early model of Zaitan. Man, and I really wish they would like do something with that Zaitan fight. I really wish they would do something with that Zaitan fight. Rifts are a reiteration of bounties. If the end bosses are like legendary bounties, it could be interesting. It could be. They could I mean, they're probably going to utilize the same mechanics that bounties had, where they each get like 2 of the little things or whatever, and they have like 2 different boons or whatever you're gonna call. I forgot what they're called, but the little things that the little blue icons that they get, and it's probably gonna be something like that. And you know, we're gonna be fighting Kryptis, so it's a new faction, so it'll definitely have like a little bit of a very interesting, very new feel to it. But my question is, how are you expanding on that, right? Because we're talking about like, okay, we're releasing this, right? But then we have 6 months before we get like new weapons. So within those 6 months, that's gonna start feeling old even then, right? Even if you make them super interesting and super involved and you have a good currency. So how are you expanding on those, right? It's something where I'm like, you're building the system, but how do you expand on it? How do you keep it interesting? How do you add new things to it? You know what I mean? That's something that I really want to see if Arena can manage that. It'd be nice to see maps with more people. Definitely. I would love that very much. That's why I said kind of do the rifts in some other maps that don't have a lot of people, like Bloodtide Coast. Like, who goes to Bloodtide Coast? The only reason any of these maps are populated is when you have a world boss going on. Then you have like Harathi Hinterlands has like 100,000 people in it. Other than that, you know, you have people leveling going through, but there's only like, I don't know what, like 10 people throughout the map, and spread it amongst like a huge map like that, it doesn't feel like there's anyone there. Kind of feels very barren. Still think the Awakened Invasions and the portals suck the wind out of the sails of these new rifts, but the new enemies, Kryptis, should be put a cool new spin on it, and the rewards. Yes and no. I just kind of feel like the problem with the rifts always was that they should have just been a temporary thing during season 4, and after Joko is dead, we shouldn't have any more Awakened Invasions. And I get that maybe there's like, you know, achievements and stuff that go into like there. I know that for a fact that there's achievements and stuff that go into it, but the problem nonetheless is that it's like it feels very pointless to have those. And new players, there's so many new players that haven't played during season like that, you know, that it's gonna be a long time before they see season 4, and they're kind of like, what the fuck are Awakened? They go to these, I see it all the time, you know, especially in like the lower part of the leveling, right? And they go in and they're like, oh, there's an event, there's people here, and they go in and they immediately downed. They're dead, and they don't even know what's happening, right? And it could be even a turnoff for newer people because you're not explaining anything to them, and they're like, who are these Awakened? Why are they here? You know, there's no. It feels very like it should have been a temporary event that like kind of has overstayed its welcome, in my opinion at least. Maybe one day revamp Zaitan fight. Maybe one day. Still something that to this day makes me feel very, very sad. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say about that. Let's go do the Shadow Behemoth. Shadow Behemoth! I just saw the portals pop up, so I'm coming! Da-da-da-da. I know we're like, oh, we're right around that. We're level 16. We're good. We can do this. I'm gonna let them all do the thing. I'm just gonna sit here and talk. ArenaNet and rewards. 2 words never gonna go along. I mean, agree and disagree at the same time. I think ArenaNet has done some good stuff. At times, I feel like, I don't know, it's like, you know, get your community involved a little bit more and kind of see what would be good rewards, right? One thing that I've talked about a lot, I don't know how people feel about this. Has any, like, I'm sure people have, at least heard of it. But like Genshin Impact, right? Has anyone played Genshin Impact? One thing that I really enjoyed about Genshin Impact was how, and that's why I think Genshin Impact is such a popular game, is because they do surveys all the time for crystals. Like the you know, the in-game currency that lets you buy new characters or whatever, like, you know, it's a gacha system, so you don't buy them, but like, you know, RNG for new characters or whatever, and weapons and stuff. Like, ArenaNet should really do some surveys. Like, how would people feel about every couple months, like every 3 months or something, they do a survey for like 400 gems? You know? I mean, it's just 400 gems. Like, it's not even enough to buy anything significant. But like, hey, they do a little survey, right? Where I feel like doesn't take that long to program a survey on a website, on their own web. They have a website, right? So they have one programmer make a survey of like 20 different questions or something, and just kind of, you know, have people answer the survey, right? And then they can look at it and they can see the answers. And it's not something that's public. It's something that they can keep to themselves and they can see how people feel about it, right? I feel like that's a good way to get the opinions of the players. Like, hey, here's a survey. Do this survey for us. We give you 400 gems, and boom, done. And you get like, did you enjoy this release? Did you enjoy this? Do you like the rewards we gave for this? Do you like the new map this way? Do you like the new currency? How we utilize new currency? Do you like the new weapons? Do you like the new armors? Do you like the new outfits? Do you like the gem store stuff? Do you like the da 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 da? They can have all these different things, right? Surveys would be cool. I think surveys would be amazing. I think surveys aren't super, like, don't take a lot of manpower. I mean, I don't know what it takes to make a survey for a game like that, but I'd like to think that doesn't take a long time to write up a survey on a page and use that, you know, and I don't know, have the people, that way they can get feedback, right? Instead of doing, because people are like, oh, do test servers. Well, that's strenuous, that's money, you know, that takes a lot of effort. That means that they need to have extra servers. That means that they need to moderate those servers, that they need to, like, make extra builds or whatever, release extra. Whoa. I just dodged right into this fucking attack right here, so that's very fun. But it's like, well, what's an alternative to test servers? Well, making surveys. You can get, you know, instead of having your forums where people just shout into the void with no real structure to anything, right? And you get like 100 different opinions about something that you have, you could say, you know, ask specific questions about balance updates that you've done. You know, do you play Ranger? If you answer yes, then a new question pops up. Do you like the changes we have done to Ranger? Boom. And then that way that you can get, you know, and then you can have a little comment section underneath and say, what specific thing did you like? What specific thing did you not like? And they can kind of, right, it's organized for them. They can go through each of the surveys and they can read through it, and they have the information at their fingertips without having discussions on the forums and having people just go angrily off on them. By saying like, fuck you, and you fucking suck, and this, and you should do this, and you should do that, and da 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 da. Just get some feedback, right? And kind of see where you can go. I don't know. It's just another idea. It's just another idea that I have. Oh my god, I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, they should have just ported the invasion into season 4 map so people can finish achievements over there. I agree with that 100%. I think that's probably the best way to solve that problem. I don't think the invasions are very good to have them for the new players. I don't think they're good around. I hate when they pop up because I think a lot of new players get wrong expectations and they don't understand what the fuck's going on, and they're just like, who are these Awakened? And then they don't hear about Awakened until, you know, Path of Fire. It's like, okay, that's kind of weird. I think it throws people off. It's not good. They should do a harder version of Corteria where we can start as an elite spec and go from 0 as an elite spec. Interesting idea. Again, I'm thinking of like you know, every suggestion that I try to make is always in the sense that I think ArenaNet is piss poor, and that they're barely hanging on as a company. So I think that is like too much like in my mind right now as I'm thinking about this, it's like that's way too much money. That's way too much money involvement because you have to create like new servers and you have to like create new instances of things, and it puts stress on this on the game, and that's just not feasible. Again, do I think it's a bad idea? Not at all. I think it's a great idea. I think there's definitely precedence for this to be something they could do. I've talked about like making vanquishing a stuff, which was like a huge thing in Guild Wars 1. People really loved vanquishing and like hard mode and stuff. Hard mode being even a thing in Guild Wars 1 was very beloved. People really liked that idea. Again, they could have it like a hard mode that you can enable where it cuts down your attributes by 20% and you don't get downstate. But all your rewards, all your like magic find is like, is like, quintupled or something, and you just end up finding a lot more things. But you like all of your attributes are 20% lower. Everything is lowered, and I don't know. Random idea, I don't know. Is that feasible? Probably not, because then people feel like, but it's open world, right? Everything is easy in open world. You can like look at this. We just have a zerg of people just attacking this guy, and we're easily gonna make it. I'm pressing 1. I could just be pressing 1 the whole time. I just need to dodge better. I'm not doing a good job at that, really. But that's because I'm talking, so I'm just gonna use that as an excuse for me being a terrible player right now. Okay. But yeah, I mean, it's just like, take away a bunch of my attributes, give me hard mode with no downstate. You immediately die if you lose your health, and maybe have something like, if you're in hard mode, maybe even you lose stuff. You lose money every time you die. Like, that would incentivize you to play really well, even though your attributes are lowered and you don't have downstate. You have to be really good at it, but your rewards are so much better. Like, you just get, I don't know, they could have like an achievement thing maybe where like if you defeat a set amount of enemies in hard mode, you get like, 10 gold or something, right? And it's just like something you can repeat over and over again, but it's just really tough to do that, I don't know. What's a random idea? The invasions can spawn in Istan of Sandswept Isles where more appropriate, so people can still get the achievements and don't fit in the start. They don't fit at all in the starting area. I really think that they should change those to maybe even put them in Path of Fire. Yeah, and it doesn't have to be season 4 maps. Awakened are in Path of Fire, and it would be a cool preview to season 4, because if you're playing the Path of Fire story, you're kind of going through that, right? And you're kind of like meeting the Awakened and but then we have Awakened invasions and stuff that are like different. I don't know, maybe just an idea, but it would be kind of cool to have that, I think. It would be beneficial for devs and marketing instead of to know their footing instead of looking at enraged Reddit comments on forums. Yeah, with the surveys, yeah, most definitely. I think it's the problem is that the feedback that they get from their stuff is just angry people on the internet. How many times do you see people? I mean, it's the same. It's the same when you have like a business, and you want someone to leave a good review, right? People are more inclined to leave an angry review than a good review. You know what I mean? But it's also about, like, the surveys are also about telling them what did work, what did we enjoy, right? But right now, Reddit and the forums are being used in a way that are only like, people that are only pissed off will go on Reddit and say, well, this fucking sucks, I mean, we've gotten like 17 posts about people saying like, why is there not more advertisement for Secrets of the Obscure, right? Like, and then you get fluff posts and you get all those things, but it's like, you know, I think the surveys kind of balance that. You get the good feedback, you get the bad feedback, and you have it in the sense of like it's self-contained. It's not something where like Reddit and the forums kind of lead people to, you know, they play off of each other, right? And it's like one angry person and another angry person, and they get together and they talk and they get angrier, and then the third angry person, and it's like it just builds up, right? And it leads to nothing, right? Have you guys like, we have seen this lately where they don't really listen to a lot of the feedback, but I also think it's because it's just, you know, they look at it as just like all these people coming at them, screaming, yelling, saying like, this fucking sucks, you have no idea what the fuck you're doing, da 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 da. Right? It needs to be more organized. It needs to be more in the sense of like, you know, there needs to be something where they can really look at and say, okay, we have all this feedback, and they can make very specific questions on these surveys where they're like this and this and this and this, and they can really read through. And if they have to read through thousands of them, then so be it. It's a video game. It's your company. I don't know what to tell you. You know, that's just how it is. If you need to hire a specific person that reads surveys all day long and reads through these answers and kind of check marks like did not enjoy, enjoyed, did not enjoy, enjoyed, like if you need to have that person, like, then that's just how it is, you know. I mean, I think that's better than having someone trying to moderate on the fucking forums and saying like, hey, we're locking this post because it's getting a little out of hand, you know. I don't know, I just think that that's better to do in that way. They have the system to do that in game. Even the election of Lion's Arch in season 1, for example, there was a lot of stuff during season 1. There was a lot of community involvement in season 1, right? It was the election. There was like a lot of different things where I feel like they were more involved with the community. They asked, I felt like back during season 1, they asked us a lot more questions. I can't think of anything specific, but I do remember that ArenaNet felt very more involved with the community during season 1, in the sense that they kind of, you know, let us decide on that, and kind of, you know, just I don't know. There was I feel like there should be more like that. You know, again, we talk about fractals. You know, we're getting yearly fractals. Like, give us a choice of 1 or 2. Make it, you know, make it little like a, you know, like we talked about the election thing, but like saying like, hey, so we have 2 ideas for fractals, and you guys get to decide which one we're gonna work on for the next fractal. Like, they can even do that right now because we don't even know what's coming up, but they could just say like, hey, we're gonna have like this or this, not give any context whatsoever, because that's what they did with the other, and kind of have the community decide on it, right? And then say, you know, maybe say, hey, we're gonna give you guys this one, but we're still considering maybe doing the other one, so that might be something, an idea that you might see return at some point. And they don't have to do that for everything, but just I really like that community involvement. On the Guild Wars 2 beta, they had surveys where you could rate the events and hard quests and also write comments. I do remember that. That's really funny. I do remember that. Yes, they did have that, didn't they? See, it's stuff like that I miss that. And that's what I think, you know, I think about Genshin Impact, and I think about how popular it is with people, and it's like, you know, gacha games aren't very popular in the Western world, right? But why is Genshin Impact so popular? Because they know exactly what people are looking for. Because every couple months they do a survey and they ask you exactly, did you like this? Did you like this? Did you like this? Did you like this content? Do you like this character? Did you have this character? Like, what's going on? Da 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 da. And they have all this info, and then they can say, okay, for our next, we're gonna look at what we're gonna do next. We're gonna look at all the surveys. We're gonna have a survey day, and we sit down and read the surveys together. As a, you know, we get like you sleep over together at, you know, at the office, and we read the surveys like they're love letters, and just figure out what we want to do from there. Like, it sounds like they know what they're doing, right? In that sense, and I think that's why that game is so successful in the West, even though it's a gacha game. But it's because I think they really know how to target their player base, in the sense of like, they know what the player base is looking for. They probably have a lot more money too to throw at that, because again, it's a fucking gacha game, so, you know, there's gambling addicts out there, and they pry on those poor souls, you know. I just, not that I agree with it, but it is what it is, right? So all I know is that I'm already gonna make quite a few new characters when Secrets of the Obscure launches because of the Elite Specialization opening, and then another batch of new characters when the new weapon come out 6 months later. They don't hear people who are satisfied with things. Survey sleepovers. Listen, survey sleepover sounds like a fucking great idea. Okay, I would love to be a part of a survey sleepover. I just came up with that. We're totally gonna make that a thing. Okay, companies need to make that more. See, there's a bonding exercise for the people involved in the company even. See, I'm improving the lives of the people working at the company. Having a fucking sleepover at the company and talking about and reading surveys and just making fun of the players. Like they get one night where they amongst each other can just talk so much shit about the player base and just kind of let it all out, and that's just, you know, it's like the purge but for like developers, right? They get one night where they sit in the office, it's self-contained, and they just talk a lot of shit. And that's it. Like no phones allowed because you can't record anything, you can't have any of that stuff or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. Obviously, that's probably not something that could ever happen, but I don't know. I'm just throwing out random shit right now. I'm just you know, it's word vomit. Like I'm just coming up with like random ideas to improve the game. I mean, probably, right? You're not wrong. There probably will be a machine like that at some point can read answers. I mean, I feel like that's not too far-fetched to think that that's something that'll happen in the very near future. Having a computer that can read those answers on surveys and stuff. But is Arena gonna utilize that? Probably not. What's my F2? There we go. Of course, I'm being cynical, but I'm just throwing out random ideas. I just think that what I'm trying to demonstrate is that there's a lot of different ways to handle these types of things, and I just think that, you know, they could. Oh, I needed to feed one more enemy. Come on, let's defeat this firefly right there. For my adventure guide. Boom. There we go. Leveled up. We rule. Oh my god. Same dies all the time. I don't know. It's just ideas, and I know there's people probably like rolling their eyes and saying like, "Oh my god, this guy's crazy." You know, I get it, but out of all of these ideas that I've spouted in the last few weeks, in the last years that I've been like just shouting into the void, I feel like there probably is some stuff that they can utilize. You know, it's just I just think it's I don't know what the problem is. I don't know what the problem is. I'm just saying like there's something to be said about that. You know, I know you're probably just joking around. But you know, obviously there's people writing those blog posts. It's not that they utilize, but the thing also is like we talked about like Arena that is stretched thin, but it's like, are they stretched thin? Like, what are they doing? Like, what are they doing all day? Like, do they have a marketing department? Do we know? Do we know if they have a marketing department? It would be really cool to know if they had a marketing department. Because I just think that, I don't know. I just feel like there's no one that works at the marketing department. Threaten. Come out. That's not an event, right? No, it's not. See, in order to open that door, you have to threaten this guy. Unfortunately, this is not an event. I really wish this was an event. I'm just here to collect these. They don't. They really don't. How do they have a company with hundreds of people with a product that they're trying to sell and they don't have a marketing department? Or are we just being facetious right now? Let me out, please. Thank you. Jesus. It's raining, guys. They hired Bach. Oh, Bog Otter is doing marketing before him. They're using. Oh, okay. I didn't. I knew that he was. I knew that he was hired. I didn't know what he was hired for. Is that what he does for? Is that what he was doing? Was he like a marketing guy? I don't know what he did for a living. I don't know. I used to watch a lot of his content, back in the day, back before I made content. Guys, I used to watch so many content creators before I started making content, and now I watch like no one because I'm like always either like busy making my own content or I'm just like not wanting to deal with Guild Wars 2 stuff. I'm like, sometimes I need my time away from Guild Wars. And I just do other things, that I watch other shows or I watch other creators on YouTube doing other things. They always functioned as an indie studio, which I don't understand. Like, they have hundreds of people. You're not an indie studio. Stop acting like it. You're not a small little, like, indie developer. You're not. Like, objectively speaking, you have probably one of the top 5 MMOs of the Western world right now. That's not a small feat. Okay? Not at all. Them not having a marketing department is officially somewhere, but yeah, Bog Otter is finally part of... Oh, I like the guy. I like the guy a lot, so I'm very happy. I hope that he can maybe do something there. That gives me hope for the future, guys. It really does. It does. It does, it does. Let's do the jumping puzzle. So you can actually, Kataryn over there, you can actually talk to her. And you can actually dare her to jump. Ha, jump. You're not a baby, are you?
Okay, this time I can do it.
You can actually dare her to jump over there. Because she talks about how she can't make that jump across there. And she actually can dare her to jump over there.
Whew, whoa, that's a long way down. No, I can do this. I'm big, brave, strong. That's right.
Let's watch her, guys.
Ready, set, go.
Do it. Yeah.
No. I can't do this.
And then she goes to sit back down. It's really funny. Really interesting interaction. Not sure what the point of it is, but I really like Axe. Axe is really good. Just the bouncing is really nice. Alright, stop being lazy. I was being lazy. I was just like, I'm gonna have the healing on auto. Lots of it compounding. I do agree. I think there's a lot. See, I wouldn't even call it a lot happening for Guild Wars 2. I would say there's a lot not happening for Guild Wars 2, which that's what gives me hope, right? The freedom of they can do whatever. That's what gives me hope. You know, I talked about this where it's like it's a new team of people, right? It's new minds at Guild Wars. They're not jaded from years at working for NCSoft, you know, for ArenaNet, which you know works for NCSoft or whatever, right? However you want to state that, but you know, they're not jaded from that. They don't have the thumb of like maybe, and I'm not saying I don't like Mike O'Brien, like I think he was a great guy, but you know, they don't have that guy that was there from the beginning, right? You know, you can only imagine a guy that's been with the company for that long, that's the president of the company, one of the founders, right? You know, he probably talks a lot about like, oh, well, back in my day, you know, when we first started this company. It's like, well, you know what? That was a long time ago. So, you know, there's like new people at the helm, new people in charge. There's new opportunity. We don't have a dragon story. We don't have the rails of the dragon story going on. We don't have the, you know, we don't have the we need to have giant expansions. Like they're doing smaller expansions. They're doing like everything is new, right? Everything is new, and that just gives me hope for the future that they're gonna take this opportunity in the best way possible. And Secrets of the Obscure needs to be really good for ArenaNet, the player base, and you know, everyone involved, because oh good god, I hate oozes. Just because I really think this is the opportunity here to start something new and start something fresh and show new things. Good, I interrupted some. Oh, this is bad. Yeah, you're evading. Got it. Good boy. That was close. We can do anything that we want to do. Is that a song that they sing on Blue's Clues? I don't. I don't know. That's really funny though. Is that some? Is that what I said? I guess that's something I said. Always love this little corner over here because it has like a little campsite. There's like no one here. Look at this axe floating. Ooh. And it's gone. Magic. I know magic, guys. Alright, anyways. I was being dumb. Alright, moving on. We're leaving this place. Alright, I hope some of the centaurs are back so I can beat them up. They are! Yay! My favorite pastime, beating up centaurs. Oh my god. The Char animation of falling down is the funniest one. Whoa, okay, hello. There's way too many of them. I don't know what the fuck is going on, but hot damn. Using the bank. Does this count as using the bank? This does not sound... what? It does not count as using the bank? See, because it has using the bank here. Huh, interesting. Using your golem does not count. Interesting. Alright, we do have some new stuff. Ooh, look at that. Armor. We get new shoes. New shoes are always nice. Whoa, I have all of these. Nothing I can use. Great. Thanks for... oh, I never equipped those. Do I want a dagger? As an offhand, I mean, I don't really like the offhand dagger, to be honest. Oh, that's fine. We'll utilize that. I would like to do dual axe. That's kind of the idea, but I haven't gotten an axe at all. Anything of interest in here? Oh. Alright, cool. Sorted some of that stuff. In many ways, the failures of ArenaNet remind me of failures of Mist. It was a very ambitious MMO that proposed the living world model before WoW was even published. Oh, interesting. I don't know what that is. I've never heard of it, but I back then I was more of like a console player, and I was not like I wasn't into computer gaming. So there was a lot of stuff that I didn't even know.
I don't make sense. Only half the words out of every sentence.
Double click to gain a bone. We have a bone, guys. I'm just gonna run around with this bone now. Bone. Bash the spider with the bone. Here, take that. Immediately breaks. Lame. Let's get this tight. the thing that's crazy to me is that the reason Guild Wars 2 is as popular as it is because of how successful it is in a lot of ways. But then they themselves, that's the thing that's so crazy. They themselves they cripple themselves with the things that the shortcomings. Like the shortcomings aren't really anyone else's fault but ArenaNet in a lot of ways, and that's what's so staggering. That's what's so like, why, you know? It's because ArenaNet chooses to do one thing over another thing or whatever, and it's just kind of like, well, why are you doing that? You know? It's very like, ugh. Alright, that was a failure in every single way possible. Free the slaves. Hover over the ground. Hover away from these children. Oops. That was not to me. Oh, hello. No, don't attack the guy. I just freed him. Chaw. Chaw. Look at all that poison. Look at all that bleed going on. Centaur supplies destroyed. Bam. We leveled up. Yay. Awesome. Awesome. But yeah, well, you know, all we can really do, guys, is we can just, you know, we can support ArenaNet and just, you know, try to give them as much feedback as we can in the most constructive way. And that's the whole point. I mean, if I sound like I'm bitching, I'm sorry, because I'm really not. I'm just trying to be constructive, and I'm just trying to be understanding. I'm gonna learn both of these, but I think I'm gonna be lazy and just do that. This is like a very lazy build. I'm just gonna depend on my pet to do everything. Be the devils, it is easier to criticize Arena in hindsight. Many decisions they made at the time might have seemed good or even optimal. Perhaps? I'm trying to think of like an example. Like, do we think that at the time, just as a random example of something that ended up being like a really bad idea, the like Icewood Saga announcement, like, you know, you go through the planning stages, you have this event planned, and you do all this stuff. You know, and you're promising to deliver on all of these things that you clearly don't know if you can deliver on them. Do we think that, like, at the time that was a really good move to do still? Like, if you think back of like, hey, we're post season 4 and we're like in season 4, and hey, they're announcing the next thing. Like, do we think at the time that the announcement was like, I don't know. It's a little tough. Again, and we don't know the specifics of what's behind the scenes. That's also something. That's something because we don't have the metrics. We don't have the specific numbers and the specific like. You know, we don't know how much money it costs to do one thing over another thing. We don't know how many people are involved in one thing versus another thing. Rusty iron key. There's more rust than iron left here. Okay. Or you can get dog tags. Let's get those. They give me more precision. More critical strikes are always good. Oh, this is just an amulet. Well, just wasted some karma. Oh well, I have like way too much karma anyways. I don't know, everything we're saying anyways because of that is like just hypothetical, right? Everything is hypothetical and theoretical and it's just you know, unfortunately we won't know that any of that. For example, living world instead of expansions. The cancellations of dungeons and raids, the surprise announcement of Path of Fire, and the atrocity. But like, even at the time, the cancellation of raids and the cancellation of dungeons was that like, even at the time of it, was that a good idea? Do we even think that back then that was something that, you know, I don't know. I just, to me, like they had you know, because of Heart of Thorns, they had harbored this raiding community. You know, they started like really building up this raiding community, and then they just dropped them like hot potatoes, the raiding community, right? And completely were like, well, we're gonna do strikes, which are not like really like raids, and they're a lot easier, and they're not like I don't know, they're like, you know, not as involved maybe as raids are. I can't believe it, Mom. That's just a theory. A game theory. Oh my god, it's something that I think about all the time. What's his name? Matt? I don't remember. I haven't watched any of his stuff in a long time. I used to watch it religiously, man, back in the day. Now, literally, guys, now the only thing that I watch on like a daily basis is Game Grumps. I watch Game Grumps all the time, and I watch it too much. I go back and I watch old playthroughs of stuff, and I watch compilations, and and I'm like, I need to stop. I need to watch something different. I can't live my life off of Game Grumps, okay? Very sad. Kind of an addiction. And I do know that there is like a big part of the Game Grumps community that, or maybe not part of that community anymore, but there's a lot of haters that don't. But I've always enjoyed them. I've always enjoyed Danny and Arnold, right? Alright, enough about that. I'm not gonna get into that. I thought it was horrible idea that the metrics showed, but the metrics showed that nobody was playing raids at the time. Over time, people started getting into raids, and now it's surprisingly. The problem with it is, so the metrics showed that no one played raids. The thing is, though, why weren't they playing raids, right? They, instead of just saying, well, no one's playing raids, let's just stop having them, they should have asked the question of, why are people not playing raids? Why do we not have people playing raids? That should have been the question. And then the question was accessibility to raids. That's been a discussion point in the community since raids have come out. That there was always this big rift, right? And then they were like, they went to strikes, and they were like, well, we want to have a building block between fractals and open world and whatever, two raids, so we're using strikes to do that. But then as soon as they released strikes, they were like, yeah, you know what? Fuck doing raids. We're not even doing that anymore. Like, they literally had strikes as the stepping stone to raids. That's how they were introduced. And then they took raids away. And I'm just like, so you introduce this thing, and I don't know. You introduce this thing, and then you like build on something else that you have, but then the thing that you introduce to do that is like you don't even utilize it in the way that you should have. You know, I don't know. I don't know. I think what they should have done maybe eh, maybe change a little bit how strikes are. Maybe they should have taken existing raid bosses and made those into strikes and made them a little bit easier. So that then you have, that's your stepping stone, is you can do the strikes of all the different bosses, or you can go into the raid wings where you get the actual like real rewards as you go through it, but it's the same bosses. I don't know. Maybe that's boring because it's reutilizing the same thing. I see that as well. I mean, that would be kind of dumb. I don't know. After Knaxi, I know why Arena stopped adding raids. People are just too dumb for any boss. For some people, I think Arena should add press F to kill a boss. If any mechanic is added, boom, brain goes off. I disagree. I don't think that's really the issue. Let's go into this pipe. I haven't been inside of this pipe in a long time. Hello. We're here to clean out the toxic ooze. The problem with, you know, you talk about mechanics and you talk about like making it easier or whatever, right? It's like, you know, I know that we're probably being facetious. The problem with it is that ArenaNet has cultivated because of so two issues that have been persistent in the lifetime of Guild Wars 2 is power creep, and just the what do you call it? The like catering towards the casual players. I think that's something that's plagued that particular part of the community, because the community, they you know, going through even the expansion maps, you don't learn any real mechanics in fights. You really don't learn any of the things that you need to go into things like raids or even fractals and stuff. Like even like those things are completely not at all comparable to open world. And then power creep, right? Because of them completely abandoning the core game and abandoning those older maps, the stuff that gets people to level 80, like completely abandoning all of that. You know, and not going back and maybe looking at dungeons and looking at like the, you know, the open world maps and stuff, and just having power creep completely take over. It just harbors this whole idea that Guild Wars 2 is super easy and there's no mechanics and you can just go through and like you know, button mash and just like face tank everything, right? I think that like, instead of making the raids easier, making the strikes easier, go back and make the core game harder, because you have like, we've had so much power creep over these last 11 years, so much power creep, okay, for the core maps. So maybe going back to the older maps and making them harder, maybe having actual, and like go back and look at some of the older dynamic events and looking at them and saying like, we're gonna have this world boss, maybe not even world boss, but having this like meta event that's going on, having the final boss of the meta event actually utilizing some interesting tactics and being actually strong to the point where you can die really easily even if you're over leveled, and you actually have to dodge, right? And maybe having an NPC in the background, right? They always like to utilize the NPCs that yell out whatever you need to do. Having an NPC like a Seraph captain in the background, like dodge the attack or something, and then you're like, oh, I gotta dodge, oh shit, I gotta get out of the way. And if you don't do that, right, and kind of subconsciously train the player base to like utilize the things. I don't need to dodge in the core game. Like I can literally go through this whole game without dodging and I will be just fine. I mean, I did a pacifist, I did challenge runs where I utilized no weapons on a ranger and I just used a pet. And I was able to complete not just the whole core experience of going through, like, doing the whole map. I did a 100% map completion, but I also went through End of Dragons, and I finished the Untamed, right? Like, did all of that, with just a pet, with no weapons involved whatsoever. I did a pacifist run, level 0 to 80, with a character that has no weapon, a warrior that has no weapons, so I can't do any damage, and I could go through the base core game. It probably would be even easier now. I could probably do that even easier now because power creep has just taken over. So it's not that they need to look at what they're releasing, the end game stuff they're releasing, but they need to look at like the lead up to it, right? You have people, because you're not increasing the level cap, okay, which means that people, right as they hit level 80 in the core maps, can go to those strikes, they can go into those end game things, they can go into those fractals, they can go into those raids because they're level 80, right? You're not really having to bring them into these newer maps. They need to look at the core maps. The core maps are such an essential part because that's the only place where you can teach the people naturally how end game works. And that's why they need to go back and look at those maps. That's why they need to look at these older core maps to really garner this idea of like, hey, there is harder content that's going to come out later, and like some of these things that you've seen, like they need to look at mechanics that they're using in strikes and raids and introduce those into the core maps, maybe in an easier way where it's just like you don't die from one hit from this one attack, but maybe it's going to take half your health away. And it's going to be like, whoa, okay, I should have dodged that, right? There was an orange circle and I didn't dodge it and I'm almost dead. And the Seraph captain behind me was yelling, dodge this attack, and I didn't do that, And that's kind of like, okay, maybe I should dodge that. Maybe that's going to make it better, right? I don't know. What else can they do? Well, yeah, so like I said, instead of looking at the raids, at the stuff that they're releasing, go back to the other stuff. I think a unification of the systems is long overdue. You could make all the raids into strikes, convert dungeon paths into fractals, and story journal, and remove DRMs altogether. I agree. I completely agree. I think that's something that really, like, we're talking about homogenizing certain systems in the game by giving everyone the ability to apply alacrity and quickness and like those types of things, like having every class be able to fill every role. But I also think that like every content in the game should be able to like have everything. You have all these, you have dozens upon dozens upon dozens of maps, but it's like none of those maps feel at all connected to the instance content that we have, like mechanic wise. Like they feel completely disconnected from one another. So would utilize jump more. I love seeing people dying to Mordramoth in HT. Yeah, jumping is a very great, they did it with Tequaddle, for example, right? And I think Tequaddle is a great example of how, because if you don't dodge those waves, you're probably gonna get downed and die, right? So, I think, yeah, you're right. Utilizing the iteration of old content is still new content. Look, for example, at the OLC strike. The amount of replayability you got from the assets outshines the playtime of the new Galadelph story. It really does, and I think that I've talked about this because, the argument could be made like, hey, well, we're gonna be looking at for this next release, we're gonna have content come out like right over here. Okay, we're gonna have for this next expansion is gonna be about this corner over here. So we're gonna have like a map here, and we're gonna have a map here, and maybe later down the road we have a map here, right? And we have like this journey going on, whatever, right? That's the new expansion is coming out. That this is what's happening, okay? But they could also say, but at the same time, we're going to be looking at something in core. We're going to look at one map in core, and they can do per expansion or something, or they could do a couple maps per expansion, or whatever they want to do, right? And say, okay, we're going to look at Harathi Hinterlands, right? And we're going to look at like all the different events that are happening in it, all the different things that are going on, and we're going to see how can we improve on that? How can we, how can we make Olgoth an interesting meta battle, and how can we, the Thunder Rock thing where you have the group of the company of heroes or whatever they're called, they go to Thunder Rock and you have to join them or whatever. Like, how can we make that interesting? How can we make that last battle against a champion at the top of Thunder Rock? Like, how can we make that interesting? How can we make that more engaging, right? And then someone could say, well, you're looking at 35 to 45. That doesn't interest people that are level 80. Like, that's boring. Who the fuck cares about that? Like, we don't want to, we're not here. Like, I do maybe Olgoth like once a day, but that's it. I'm in here for like 15 minutes. And even if I do that, like, I have a bunch of other things that I want to do, right? And it's like, you should cater more to the veterans. Well, what system do they have in place for that? Well, they could have a whole bunch of achievements. They could have achievements that you can unlock new weapon skins, a new set of Centaur weapon skins, for example. And you can have like, like an achievement that's like the return to. Remember how we had the return to stuff? But they could make that as like return to Harathi Hinterlands. And they can have it where you go in and you have all these achievements where they're like, do 50 events in Harathi Hinterlands. I don't know, random number, that maybe is too much. Do 20 events in Harathi Hinterlands. Do defeat Olgoth 5 times. Do a whole map completion. Do hearts that many times. Go over here and do this event. Go over here and do that event, or whatever, right? And that kind of brings in the level 80 people because, hey, I want to have the new Centaur weapon set. It looks really cool. Or, hey, I want to have this new weapon skin or armor skin. Or I want to have this new mount skin. Or I want to have this new combat tonic. Or I want to have this new infusion. Or I want to have this whatever it is, right? And they can have this, like, earnable for these level 80 characters. And maybe they could even have, like, return to Harathi Hinterlands doesn't unlock until you're level 80. So that, yeah, okay, I'm level 35, 45, but I'm not unlocking any of these new things. I have to come back at some point. So that it incentivizes you once you're level 80, like, oh, now I'm level 80, what can I do? Well, I have all these return to all these different maps achievements that I can do. I can now go back to these older maps, and there's still reason for me to go back to those older maps. Because, hey, they have all these return to achievements, and I can get achievement points and I can get new skins by revisiting these older maps. Again, it's just a random idea that I have. Just a random, is that feasible? I don't fucking know. Okay, but it's just a random idea that I have. I never finished that. Do you see that? Never finished that. Not 50 events. Yeah, I think 50 events, as soon as I said it, I was like, that sounds too much. That would not be good. Let's just say. I'm waiting to 20. I don't want to use any of these because I want to get a bunch of Beast Mastery stuff going as soon as I'm level 21. But, I mean, I hope that makes sense to people. I hope, like, that idea. I think, and that's where the whole, like, oh, yeah, well, you're not catering to level 80s. Well, we are. We're catering to level 80s, but we're also catering to new people because, yes, maybe the new people can't get these achievements and they can't get these new skins and stuff like that because they're not level 80. But hey, they're getting to be part of the new events. They're getting to be part of these new mechanics, these new bosses coming in, and maybe you could say maybe these achievements aren't available to you, but the new weapon sets, they still drop from Olgoth. So you still have a chance of getting the new weapons, but you just have to participate in the map stuff as you level up, right? So you kind of have both ways. You have for level 80s, for veterans, you have you have a clear way of getting these weapon sets and getting these things unlocked. And then for new players, they have a chance of getting these things, right? And it kind of feels like a little prestige. Like, hey, I'm a level 45, but I have this really cool skin that only level 80s have. Right? And I'm only level 40. I'm a new player, and I have this really cool skin that only level 80 characters can have. Or you know, veteran players have or something, right? And it kind of makes you feel a little special, and it kind of feels it feels rewarding for people, right? Because like someone could ping and be like, oh, I got this really cool weapon, like it looks really cool, and they're like, oh yeah, that's one of the new rewards, like that's what I've been, you know, I'm farming for that, I'm trying to get that, right? And it makes new people kind of feel like, oh, okay, cool, I got something that, like, you know, that's like, you know, unique or whatever. You know, all of that lasts for like 2.5 seconds anyways, because then they move on and go to another map. But if you do that for enough maps, right, it kind of, again, incentivizes. Or maybe, you know, there's a veteran player in the map that ends up, you know, doing the achievements, and they get this new weapon, and or new armor skin, or new infusion, or new combat tonic, or whatever it is, right? And they're just like, they use it, right? And then a new player comes and they're like, well, how do I get that? And they're like, well, you know, you have to keep doing the events here, or you could just wait until you level 80 and then come back to this map and do this, right? And then kind of you have interactions like that too. Yeah, dual X. Again, I'm just throwing out random shit, guys. You know, you can take it serious, you can't. You know, I don't. If you want to take it serious, I'm just throwing out random ideas. But to me, that would sound really interesting. That would sound that would be like really like, man, you know, I'm gonna fucking go to Harathi Interlands because I want this new infusion, or I want this new weapon, or I want this new combat tonic, or I want this new whatever the fuck. That incentivizes mentors to maybe take the lead when a meta event is happening, being like, hey, new players, you want to join us here in this meta event? Like, come over here, do this meta event, because you can get like a really cool skin. And it's like, oh, okay, well, you know. But it's, you know, because we have revamped this map, it's actually challenging content, and it's actually like, you know, and they can, like they do with Tequatl, actually have people like commanders instructing people on how these mechanics work, and saying like, hey guys, so this is the same mechanic that we have in the you know, the wing 7 of the raids or whatever, where this and this happens. It's the exact same mechanic, so this is what you guys need to do, and then they can say like, hey, you will see that when you're doing it's a really cool axe skin, by the way. Really like that. You're gonna see that as you go into raids. I don't know, it's just, you know, I don't know. Clearly, the Wizard's Vault can act as a return to system, but they have to get to the point of balancing both and revisiting. Yes, right. Adding new events and old zones and revisiting. Well, obviously, there has to be balance, right? And that's why I'm saying, like, I feel like, you know, just looking at like one map at a time, because if we're talking about revamping the core maps, that's like 30 maps. That's like 30 plus maps. Like, that's a lot of work. You know, it took them a lot of time to make these maps and make these events and make all these things. So it's like, take it one map at a time. Do one map every half year or something, right? And it's like, yeah, that's going to take you a long time to get through all of it. But, you know, I don't think that would be unfeasible. I don't know. Again, I don't really know. I don't know. The Wizard's Vault. Again, one thing that I'm really concerned about is that we have no information. We have absolutely zero information on the oh, I have no gathering tools. Great. I was like, why did you stop? Let's buy some gathering tools. Gathering tools. We don't know anything about it. We know nothing about it. Great, I can buy a wood plank. Well, isn't that fucking jolly? Stupid. Tara, do you have what I need? You do. See, because you're cool. Get that weak shit out of here. That's another point of concern that I have. Is like, you have one of your major features for this expansion is the Wizard's Vault, and we have no info what we have. Everything that they've talked about the Wizard's Vault has been very, very vague and very no information whatsoever. We don't know. People are like, are we gonna get gem store skins? Is it going to be other skins? How do we get anything in it? It's always been, well, we have this vault and you guys can earn cool, unique rewards. You know, we get like PR talk. I talked about this yesterday. This fucking PR talk is something that really, like, just be real with us, ArenaNet. We're human beings. We're not a machine. We're not children. Okay, stop treating us as such. Okay, we're not your mother. We're not, you know, you're not a valedictorian holding a speech. Like, talk to us like we're real human beings. Tell us what the fuck is going on. You know what I mean? It's like, wow, you can earn great rewards with this amazing system that we have. It's like, it sounds to me like a pyramid scheme. Where I'm just like, I feel like I'm being scammed right now. I feel like there's someone on the phone that's trying to take my, like, information from me and is just, like, lying to me about everything that's happening. Obviously I'm exaggerating, and obviously I'm being a child by the way that I'm saying this, but I'm just saying the point still kind of stands. Yeah? Do we know that, though? See, that's what really pisses me off. It's probably going to be... Well, do we know that? See, we don't know that. And that's what drives me crazy. You know, they have a major feature, and we have no idea how it's going to function. We have no clue how it's going to function in the game. Like, we can sit here and say, well, it's probably going to be like this. Like, in my eyes, the Zaishin thing, maybe. I don't know. I mean, it could be, you know, where we get a currency and we can exchange that for whatever. But they could have just said that, right? They could have said, like, hey, do you guys remember Zaishin coins? Yeah, we're kind of bringing that back. And we're kind of bringing that back with the Wizard's Vault. And people would have been like, all the veterans? Like, that's vague enough information for new people that you're not really spoiling them. Versus the veterans are like, we know exactly what's happening. We don't need any more information. That's it. We already figured it out. We already know what it is. We have this Priestess of Melander. I get like way heated on these discussions, okay? Greetings and Melander bless you. Are you enjoying the lushness of the world as well? It seems so alive today, as if some message has passed unseen and silent from leaf to leaf. Why are the beasts here not attacking you? I'm not their enemy. The goddess has spoken to them and made it known I mean them no harm. It is Melander's grace that bridges the gap in understanding between us. Fascinating. Bye. So there's a lot. Is there a priest of every god here in Queensdale? Because don't we have the in here? Aren't these like the priests of Dwayna? Priestesses of Dwayna and stuff? Yeah, there's a priest of Dwayna here and priestess Amalia. Right, thank you. Right, and we can talk about whatever. Okay, so we have a priestess of Melandru, a priest of Dwayna. We have a priest of Balthazar as well down here. Right there, priestess of Balthazar.
May Balthazar bring you victory.
And then we have a priestess of Cormyr in there. Who are we missing? Lissa. Ooh, Lissa being the outlier again. Isn't this a... No, these are just sisters. These are just brewmasters. But they're, like, clearly supposed to be priestesses of... I don't know if that counts, though. Historian Moritz. Sister Kathy. Would be kind of cool to see a priest of every human god in this map. There's no priestess of Lissa, though. Is there? Does anyone know of a priestess of Lissa anywhere in Queensdale? I really like this monastery, by the way, guys. It's very beautiful. I don't have... I was there. I was there earlier. I literally was there earlier, guys, but I was watching something on the side, so I was... I don't think there's a priestess of Lissa anywhere, so that's very saddening. Claypool. I was trying to get to Claypool. I mean, returning to old maps thing was amazing with legendary weapon collection. Hey, there's another one, right? We're getting a legendary armor. A PvE legendary armor. There's no better way. There's no better way. There's no better time to introduce
That's how you block an
a
attack.
return to in the maps. They could have like, hey, you're doing this return to Harathi hinterlands. Well, you earn a currency that you can use to work on your obsidian armor. Boom. There would be 100 million people in the fucking map. You populating Harathi hinterlands, doing all the things in Harathi hinterlands. Just saying. I'm just fucking saying we're gonna do it right now. I'm just kidding. What am I doing? Oh, I wanted to get the weapon. I'm just fucking around. I'm just fucking around. Lord Aaron is here. I'm just looking for little things to see if there's anything interesting.
Right. We've got enough wood.
Oh, really? Well, thanks for checking. I didn't even think about checking the wiki, honestly. So thanks for checking. That's sad. That's okay. Yeah, well, yeah. But we have a legendary armor coming, like I said, so they can reintroduce that. Oh, there's a priest of Lissa. Found him. I had no idea that it was here.
Combats darkness.
Look at that. We have a priest of every god in Queensdale. So proud of myself. I did not know that there was one here. I had no clue that there was one here. I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom. I'll be right back, friends. Let's play amongst each other. Always looking for a priestess, not a priest. Haha, that's how they get you. Love Charwer. Really wish we got a collection for it. On the announcement of the mini expacs, they did mention we're taking a more balanced approach that will allow us to better support popular game modes. So maybe revisiting old canon is like, you're sure it could have had epic collection based on Siren's Landing alone. Not just Siren's Landing, all of Ore. I think all of Ore is very interesting, and there's a lot to be said about the past of the ancient past of Ore and all those all the places within Ore and stuff. See, but the problem that I have with them saying that, again, because they're saying a lot of words, but they're not giving us any specifics, and that's what really, it's something that I'm trying to drive home, is really irritating and really annoying, because they're saying all these things, but they're not giving us any specifics. What does it mean we're taking a more balanced approach that will allow us to better support popular game modes? What does that mean? Give us specifics. Give us an example. Give a, those things. That's what I'm looking for. Like, just an example. You don't have to say like, oh, this is exactly what we're doing, but give us more specific answers. There's all this PR talk of just trying to stuff their blog posts full of all these info. Like, that means absolutely nothing. That could be a throwaway line. They could go the next 5 years without ever looking at older content and us saying like, what did that statement even mean, and us never getting an answer on that. And that's what drives me really crazy. It's like, give us more specific answers on what that means. I don't know. Again, it might just be me that's like overreacting on this. Maybe someone's like, chill, bro. Chill out. Let's go to Keswick Sales. It's the saying a lot, like talking a lot, but not saying much, right? That's what drives me crazy. That is like the antithesis of being transparent. And some people might even say that it's like, you're trying to deceive us. Like it's a deception thing.
The Lion Guard's try.
Yeah, whatever. No one cares about the Lion. Arena could base legendary weapon sets out of existing languages, for example, and an Astralaria weapon set would be amazing. In the same way, Sharia could get a collection of the rings of that set. Oh, that's a very good idea. I mean, we've seen like, meaning having like a weapon set that's based off of that specific weapon or something. Like we have the Oreen weapon set, but like having a weapon set that's based off of like Sharor or Astralaria or the Bifrost, which would just be another Oreen. But yeah, having like weapon sets based off of that, because that sounds like a great idea. Like, they wouldn't even have to introduce new effects. They wouldn't have to introduce anything new to it. They could just be like, well, we have a weapon set that's based off of this. That's actually a great idea. I really like that. That's a really good idea. See, we're coming up with all kinds of things, guys. We're just having, I just love it. That's what I love about this community. That sounds very facetious, but I'm not. I'm very serious about that. Drink it. Drink the rum. Do it. What does this do? Oh, we're frenzied. What does that mean? I need more context, ArenaNet. Why am I frenzied from drinking rum? Yeah, I think that's a really good idea. I think that's a really good idea. That's a great way to introduce way more legendaries into the game, and really like saying like, I love the effect of Astralaria, but I don't like using Axe, or I don't use a profession that uses Axe, right? Like, okay, well, you have a whole new weapon set now that you can use a greatsword that looks like Astralaria, right? The Astralaria weapon, like, and I don't know. I mean, that sounds like a really, really good idea. I really like that a lot. I'm just gonna collect the loot bags. Stop it right now. Ooh, we're about to get our first what's it called? Forgot what it's called. Trade line. We're about to get our Beast Mastery trade line, guys. So Rex is gonna get a whole lot stronger. He's gonna be able to kick ass and take names. Yay. Ooh, let's see what they have here. Let's see what Waldo has. And again, they can, you know, having different systems in the game is not a bad idea. Okay, that by itself is not a bad idea. But like tying them into some of the stuff, right? I feel like a lot of the things feel a little disconnected from each other, where they like release a thing and it's just kind of like, okay, well, this has like its own collection and it has like, you know, nothing to do with anything and blah 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 whatever, right? And it's like, well, you know, just return to with this involved and that involved. Like, I don't know. I just feel like there's a lot of ways that they could weave this into some bigger releases. Utilizing old content. I mean, they don't even have to redesign maps, but like one map that I really wish they would redesign is like Firehard Rise, for example. Like that map seriously needs to be looked at. It's such a terrible map, you know, and I don't know. Again, I could sit here, hammer that point home for the next 3 hours. But yeah, I love that we're coming up with ideas. Is ArenaNet gonna hear those ideas? I don't know. Hopefully, we can only hope. Let's kill that bandit, Scout. You get over here. Exactly. That's exactly the issue. They have all these redundant systems, like Dragon Response missions, for example. They're great. I like them. They're repetitive. They can be boring. Not a lot of people do them. But they can be reutilized, right? They can be made into fractals. They can be remade into, I don't know, something else. Making raids into strikes, I think, is a great idea, because we're like, okay, well, we're abandoning raids, but we're doing strikes instead. Well, okay, then take all of your strikes and make them into something else. Take dungeons and make those into fractals or something. I don't know. Like, open world dungeons they're super fun. I wish we had more of them, but they just sit there and they collect dust, and they just, a lot of them functionality wise, like Ara and stuff, broken. There's a lot of stuff that's broken. They're just simply bugged or broken. There was a few years ago I did one of the paths, and we end up getting stuck for like an hour because there was a bug that wouldn't let us go back into the boss fight arena. It was just so stupid, and I got so frustrated. I'm like, I just really want to get this done, and I still have yet to complete all of the Ara explorable dungeons because of that. We ended up getting stuck, and I don't think we ever finished that path. It's very, very disheartening. See that? I still have not, there's 2 different paths I have not done. I have not gotten my Dungeon Master because of that. Because it's so bugged. It's like, man, that's not good. You know, that's what you're introducing the new level 80 characters to. It's not good. It's not good. It's not good.
The northern gate is lost. Regroup.
What? Let's go help these guys. The northern gate is lost.
Across the western bridge. Move to engage.
We leveled up. Yay! Here we are, level 21. We can make Rex into a beast now. Beast mode activate. Oh, 25? There we go. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks, game. Command. I don't really use commands. But the attributes are increased, which is nice. That's what's important now. Kick ass, Rex. Do it.
Your victory will be short-lived.
That should really not be a channel. That should really be a like you should be able to move around. It shouldn't be, you shouldn't be rooted down. You should be able to move around while doing that. I think that's just my opinion. A Lupagus strike would be amazing. I think a lot of those, like when you look at the lot, specifically even the story, I guess that is such a terrible. This is terrible. Wilting strike. That's a terrible. Inflict weakness on those struck through beast abilities. It's a terrible trade. It's so bad. But I don't use greatsword, so that doesn't really help, does it? Yeah, a lot. Well, as I was saying, a lot of the story bosses and stuff, like you can really take a lot of those, even in the personal story and stuff, and make those into strike missions. You know, make a lot of them like the Balthazar fight. I thought the Balthazar fight was super fun, super amazing. You know, make that into fucking strike. The Joko fight could be made into strike. What else do we have? The inside Kralkatorrik, where you attack the heart of Kralkatorrik, that could be made into a strike. You could have the Mordremoth fight at the end of Heart of Thorns could be made into a strike. Claw Island could be made into a strike. There's so many, right? Again, it doesn't. You don't need to utilize. You don't need to make new assets for these things. You already have the assets for that. You just need to update some of the scaling issues, right? Because there's like scaling issues with that. And then you know, create that as like for use and for like 10 people, right? For 10 people like thing or whatever. There's a ton of them. They don't have to always create. They don't always have to create new things. Like going back and utilizing older stuff. Like I think because reusing assets can be kind of boring, but I think this is a good way to reuse older stuff. I think that's an acceptable. I think a lot of people would go, you know what? I know all of this is like reused stuff, but it's good. You know, it's not like this is a good way of doing that. Whee! Oh, I made that. I was like, I'm not gonna make it. Yeah, good thing they made with End of Dragons is Gen 3. Shadow of the Dragon. Yeah, Caudicus, Lazarus. Oh my god, so good. There's so many really good fights that they can make into strikes. So many of them. I just, you know, the issue also is that Arena can never decide on what it is that they want to do. You know, are you doing raids? Are you doing strikes? Are you doing fractals? Are you not doing fractals? Are you doing dungeons? Are you not doing dungeons? Are you doing this? Are you doing that? It's like, decide on something and stick with it, right? Don't try to like always change your opinion every 2 years on what you want to do, what you want your end game to be like. If you're doing strikes, do strikes and stick with it. Just do that, you know, and then just slowly get, you know, use that. Like, I don't know, that I think that's, you know, again, we one of the biggest things that ArenaNet does to cripple themselves is like constantly changing what it is that they want the game to be and what they want the player base to do, and it's just, yeah, you know, to a fault. Sometimes it works out, and most of the time now it's just aggravating, right? The first few times we were kind of with it, right? It's like season 1 to season 2, they're like, oh well, we want to go to more permanent things, right? And it's like, oh okay, you know, the release cadence gonna change, and it, you know, it's gonna change again in a year, and it's gonna change again after that. And it's like, you know, for the first half you had us, and then the second half we were just kind of like, okay, Can you decide on what you want your cadence to be? Because you change it every year. Can you decide on what you want your endgame to be? You know, DRMs didn't do it. I don't know what made you think that DRMs would do it, but they didn't do that. They didn't do what they were supposed to do. But yeah, there's a ton of fights that could be made into strikes, and I would be totally okay with that. I just think that with how short strikes are, they need to come out on a more regular basis, I feel like, just to... Oh, I should have bought this instead. That's only one more. Whoopsie. You know, strikes are pretty short, and they do get boring fairly quickly. And I do try to do strikes, whenever I can, or whenever I feel like it, I should say. But they do get boring fairly quickly, I think. Ooh, I do love that animation. And they could even, so we're talking about like revisiting and making whole collections for older legendaries. Well, you could have, you know, all the Oreen weapons. Why did I throw my axe all the way up there? What the f is that? You know, the Oreen weapons are really cool because they have like a death animation once in a while, right? If someone dies. So when they go back and they create this weapon set based off of these legendaries, they could say, well, we're gonna also implement like death animations for all the legendaries that we're making like a set for, you know, which kind of would bring them up to like, hey, you know, they're just as prestigious as the Gen 3, because we now have like a really cool death animations that we can do. And again, it's like, it's for one set, you have to do one death animation. Like, that's probably not that much work to just design one way that it happens. Arrow cards, center waves. I love all these events that are like going into each other. Everyone's on that side. I'm fighting by myself over here. Help! Help! There's an army of centaurs coming. I can't hold them back all by myself. Nice. We did it. Ta-da-ta-da. Was it this one? I think that was the one. Hold on, let's change that to this. Change that to this. He's been with me as long as I can remember. Let's do something that's a little condition damage, because I think we're gonna go for condition damage, right? I think. Yeah. A misconception is that all the strikes need to be unique, but if we take, for example, Final Fantasy 14, many of the bosses have repeating mechanics, and essentially 90% of the fights are learning where to stand. With Suwon, I imagine small tsunami. With Jormag, mob freeze to statues and shatter.
Why do our crops look so sparse?
Maybe because we're miners and not
Considered far superior when it comes to
Centaurs
instance
trample
because
all
of
the time,
quantity.
doesn't help either.
Well, not just well, yes, because of quantity, but also because they've been sticking to the same thing, right? They said dungeons, they said trials, and they said raids, right? And that's what they're doing, and they're stuck with it from the beginning, and that's what they're doing, right? The problem with ArenaNet is it's like we're doing dungeons, but then we're abandoning dungeons. We're gonna do fractals, and then we're gonna not do fractals. We're gonna do raids, and then we don't really want to do raids, but we want to introduce people to raids. So we're gonna do strikes. But then you know what? Forget raids. We're not doing raids. But fractals. Maybe we should do some fractals. But hey, we haven't updated dungeons in a long time, so let's kind of update those a little bit. You know, it's that's the issue here. I think you know, if let's say they said, okay, we're gonna do. If they had set their mind on 3 things for the last 11 years and said, open world, whenever we have a new map or whatever, we introduce one new dungeon, an open world dungeon. We are doing fractals whenever we can, and we're doing raids, right? Or strikes. Let's say strikes. Let's say they instead of doing raids, they started with strikes. Okay, and let's say they would have stuck with those 3 for the last 11 years. Man, we would have had so many of those. Like, we would have so many of those. You know, like, look at fractals. Look at how many fractals. Because fractals, I think, out of all the endgame things, was supported for the longest time. Now, when you look at it, you know, it has the most content out of all the endgame that has been added since it's been introduced. Like, we've seen so many new fractals. There's been we started with, like, what, 7, 8, and we have over 20 now? Like, that's a lot of fucking fractals. No, there was more than that. But there's been a lot of fractals because they've constantly supported that, right? And now that they're going back to fractals, like, it's going to make fractals feel fresh, right? It's going to make fractals feel good. Like, fractals are still being done because they're getting supported, they're getting stuff added to them, right? I really think the idea of not doing open world dungeons was a huge mistake. It was a huge mistake, and I don't get it, you know. And but it's like during season 1 they wanted to do these, like, you know, the Tower of Nightmares. Like, we have that Tower of Nightmare thing that you can do where you could go into this, like, open world dungeon, and it's like, what the fuck is this? It's terrible. It's bad. It feels really bad because you have to depend on other people being in that instance with you that know what they're doing, and it's just like multi-layered dungeon like in Guild Wars 1, but in Guild Wars 1 they were instance and you had a party of 8 automatically. So it's like you can balance it, but you can't really balance, like, I don't know. It's, you know, it's just weird. I don't know. But again, we're talking about, like, doing homogenizing things, right? And, like, kind of bringing them on the same level. So it's not too late to change some of those things, right? How would people feel about making the Tower of Nightmares an actual regular dungeon? Like, you know, like Kataka's Manor or whatever, right? Like, how would people feel about making that an actual dungeon? A level 80 dungeon, but it's a dungeon, like an actual dungeon that you go in. And you don't have any paths to choose, and you don't necessarily need that. You don't need to do that for every dungeon. Like, that's, you know, whatever. But just making that an actual dungeon. 5 people dungeon. Boom. Ooh, Warhorn is pretty good too. I do like Warhorn. This has some good boons on there. And I like that anime. Oh, I didn't mean to attack that rabbit. Well, shame. Shame. I didn't name the devourer. His name is Frank. This is Frank, my devourer. He likes hanging out with me. I hate that it forces the music on you. It's not a big deal because you know soon you'll have another one that might be better. In Guild Wars 2, you don't know if you'll ever get another one. Well, that's very true. Yeah. But it goes back to, like, consistency, right? They have to be consistent on the stuff that they do. They have to be consistent on the stuff that they do. Like, imagine if they had stuck with open world dungeon, or let's say they had done strikes from the beginning and they've been supporting strikes for the last 11 years. You would know exactly that as well. You know, if they release a bad strike, like they release, I don't know, you know, whatever, they release the, I don't even know what the last strike is that they released. I can't even think of it. Like, they released the Lion's Arch strike or whatever, right? And people are like, well, that fucking sucked. Well, they've been doing strikes for the last, like, 11 years, so hey, guess what? We're gonna get another one. Like, we know that, you know what I mean? It goes back to, like, being consistent on what you do. If you're consistent on stuff, people can expect things out of it, right? And they can say, hey, like, you know, we can expect this to happen because they've been doing this for 11 years and it's happened. So, You know, it goes exactly into what you're saying. It's like, because Final Fantasy has been doing that from the beginning, and it's been there like, this is what we're doing, this is the way that we're designing our end game, and they've set their mind to it. That, you know, it's very consistent in the way that happens, and it really reinsures the player base, and it reinsures the people that, hey, you know what? We know that's coming out. We know another trial is coming out. We know that another dungeon is coming out. We know those things, you know? Well, that's my hope too. I mean, that's really my hope, that with the start of smaller scaled expansions, and, you know, ArenaNet maybe not doing the whole, like, constantly charging forward and not looking backwards at all. Maybe changing that approach a little bit, which sounds like that's what they're doing. Again, I don't think we've really gotten like a confirmation on that, but that's kind of what it sounds like. I think that's good. I think that's good stuff for us to like look forward to. And maybe we'll see a return of some of those things. Some of those boss battles and yada yada yada. Almost ruined World of Warcraft. How is World of Warcraft inconsistent? I'm not asking because I'm being like, you know, dumb. I don't really know how. Explain that to me. How were they inconsistent? And how was that something that was like berated by the community? I really like Frank. Frank being a long distance attacker is really nice. He burrows. Look at him. He's a beast. Frank's a beast. Nice. Go. Kill him. Do it, Frank. Done. Unfortunately, I was never, I did play, I love the Warcraft universe. I used to play Warcraft 3 like so much. Warcraft 3 was like huge. I mean, so much. And one of my all-time favorite video game characters actually comes from Warcraft 3. So it's like I have a lot of love for that, but I'm not a person that likes to pay for a subscription. I'm like not a subscription person. Because it makes me feel mentally like there's a mental thing for me where it makes me like, if I'm not playing the game that I'm paying a subscription for, it makes me feel like I'm wasting money, and I don't like that, and it makes me not feel good. So then I feel forced to play it, and then it's like, well, now I'm forced to play this game, and I'm not playing it because I want to enjoy it, but I'm playing it because I feel like I have to. And then it's just because it's like a whole thing. It's like a psychological thing for me, which, you know, growing up poor and growing up having to like count every penny, you know, it's just kind of like, you kind of get into that mentality of things sometimes. So so I dropped off with the Warcraft universe when that game came out. I mean, I did play it, you know, at times, but like I said, it was just kind of like, Oh, we can sell those? Interesting. Damn. Go, Frank. Oh, Frank, you're a little late. That's okay, Frank. We forgive you. That's fine. Look at him. He's like... Devours are really cool. I really love them. Like, I know that they're annoying in Guild Wars 1 whenever you play it, and there's just, like, so many of them, but they're just, like, really cool, because they're, like, these weird spider scorpion things. I don't know. I really like them. So, you know, we've been talking about all of this stuff, but like, let's talk a little bit about the Kryptis. We haven't really talked about the Kryptis, and I just, after yesterday and then today's post, I find that incredibly funny, as like clearly that wasn't coincidence. But last night, NM, you brought up flesh reavers looking just like Kryptis, and then we get the Kryptis post today, and it's clearly like a flesh reaver, right? And then we also think about back recently, ArenaNet said like, hey, we've seen the Kryptis before, right? Enemies have been there before. So that makes me think that they're talking about flesh reavers. We've never gotten a background to the flesh reavers. We just know that they are demonic creatures, but we don't know to what extent. We don't really know what that really means. So so what I want to think about, what I want to consider, and I'm gonna need everyone's help here with this, is like, think about all the times we've seen flesh reavers and where this could potentially be important, where we maybe could get a hint as to what's going on. So I'm thinking right now about, you know, we talk about Shady Hammond, right? I did that event the other day. We can do it again. We can actually do it right. We're in the map where he is, so we can go hang out with Shady Hammond in a minute. I'm sure no one has done that event at all because it's so out of the way. But it's kind of like, you know, he's some random guy and he summons these flesh reavers and you kill him and that's the end of it. But it's like, could this tie into a larger narrative? Is there something like, how does he have a connection? You know, he's like a gravekeeper. That's all we really know about him. And he hangs out in this like weird corner of Keswick's Hills, but it's like, is there more to him?
I'm not moving from this spot until that creature's gone.
Yeah, we're working on it, Kari, Jesus. Well, long story short, they tried to streamline systems, but they ended up oversimplifying and ruining what already existed. On top of that, they added new grindy systems that burned out many players. Interesting. Well, that's a shame. Sounds like they didn't, again, they had more than, you know, they have so much money, they could easily have try to get some community involvement and seeing how they would feel about these changes before they went live. Oh, there's enemies out here. We know you're not moving from the spot. We get it. That's fine. No, come back. Why are you go? Why does she run like that? What's happening?
Oh my. I'm
these
so
events
happy
as
you're out of
well.
that cave.
These are part of
Weren't
the
safe
invasion
yet,
events.
but it
Like,
shouldn't be so
why?
bad.
Why? Oh, again. It's like season 4 crap, moving into season 4, don't have it. Why does it always need to be in the starter maps? Why does it always need to be in the lower level maps? You know, it's just... I know there's some in the higher level maps as well. There's one in like Gretchen Cliffs and stuff, but like, enough with all these random things. What? Stop, where are you? Come back. You were like, I'm not moving from the spot, and this... Why are you... This crap over here? Is that why you're scared? Holy crap, girl. Get a grip. Is this why you were scared? I don't see anything else. Oh my fucking god. Are you kidding me right now? Frozen with fear because of what? Stop moving backwards. I'm right here. Holy shit. I'm gonna be right on top of her, like... You and I are one.
I'm not moving from this spot until that creature's gone.
Wow, that did a ton of damage. What did he even use? Using burning? Jesus, so much damage. Look at that. Look at how many times she set this garbage. Alright, you're free now. You happy? Yes, I'm gonna continue holding your hand. Go. I'm holding your hand. It's fine. Take my big, comfy char hand in your hand and let's go. Shh, shh, shh. Bam, 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 bam. Move, little girl. Move, move, move.
Making much money. Fish are hard to get in an open crate.
Oh, sweetheart. Thank the gods you're safe. You had me worried sick.
I'm okay, Mommy. See? Not a scratch.
Well, you're annoying. That's a scratch. Alright, let's finish this heart up there. And let's find Shady Hammond. I'm just thinking about, like... Well, she didn't go missing. She's set to be just away. But I don't think she was reported missing or anything. I mean, it's normal for Norn, right? Because well, the interesting part is that she's an enchantress. Like, that's what's really interesting to me. Because, like, maybe she's part of the Mesmer collective. Maybe she's part of the Mesmer collective, because we know that for a fact that the Mesmer collective isn't just humans. Like, there's other races involved, so maybe she's part of that Mesmer collective because she's an enchantress, and enchantresses or enchanters in the Guild Wars universe are always Mesmers. But yeah, she killed, and she's currently off on an adventure somewhere in the Shiver Peak Mountains. Apparently there's two parts of that, so I was thinking about that too. I was thinking about that scene. It wasn't a picture. It was actually it's actually like it moves. It's like an actual scene in the video, and you see a Norn standing behind her. I'm thinking that might either be just a player character, or it's some kind of character that we meet up there. Would be interesting to maybe have that be actually an important character. Alright, let's collapse this. Let's collapse this fuck. Let's take this right here. I want for this character, and that's something I don't know if this is something that we actually have. I would love to have like like feathery stuff. Oh, we have more stuff we can learn here. We'll use that instead. What is this? Your pet moves faster and deals more damage on critical hits. Oh, ferocity is increased. That's nice. Like, I would like to have a lot of feathery stuff. I mean, no, that's not feathery. It's a little feathery, I guess. But like, you know what I mean? Like having, I mean, we have the raven thing. I think I have some of that. Yeah, I have the raven ceremonial. Okay, I guess it doesn't really show anything. Oh, it's like these legs, but they don't show anything on there. Well, that's annoying. I hate how that randomly starts. Always scares me. There isn't a lot of that. I mean, we have these. I think there's some feathery stuff on here, isn't there? On the Strider thing? I always thought there was like feathery stuff. More here. Shut up. I don't know. We'll have to figure that out later. Alright, another bomb. Another bomb laid. Is it this pillar? It is this pillar. There we go. Oh, this already had damage on it? Okay. Da, 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 da. Oh, nothing new. But yeah, so she could be part of the Mesmer Collective. We could see her come back, but that has nothing to do really with Flesh Reavers. I don't know. I'm trying to think of like the interesting times we deal with Flesh Reavers, or that we see them, or something along those lines, you know. I'm gonna lean into condition damage a little bit. I'm gonna start going for some condition damage. It's gonna be the next stuff. I know I've been kind of going for damage and stuff, but I'll lean a little bit into that. All right, let's hang out with Shady Hammond for a minute. I'm trying to think other instances we have Flesh Reavers. That we summon them or that we see them. I mean, obviously, probably the easiest way to do that is look at the wiki page. Flesh Reaver. Ancient creature. Ooh, ancient creature. Do you guys remember Frostgate? The Frostgate Falls? The thing in Lornar's Pass. This is Lornar's Pass, right? Where you go to the, I think the Frostgate thing. Is this right somewhere over here or something? Or over here? Oh, that's too far south, right? I think it's further up. Doesn't matter. It's somewhere over here. You have to find, like, anywhere on the map, you can have this, like, gear crank drop, and then you bring it to this guy, and he opens this thing, this ancient creature comes out, and you have to kill it, and then you have to, like, bury it back in there. I would like to talk to that guy, so let's journey there. Let's do Shady Hammond first, and then we'll journey there. Why not? And we'll talk to that guy, and we'll see if he has anything interesting to say. Transform cadet. Okay, yeah. I'm just looking, guys. I'm just looking to see if there's anything super interesting. That's also an interesting one. I'm gonna go there. Stupid regeneration bullshit. Oh, someone must have done his event. He's not here. I don't know who is here, but poor Shady Hammond, he died again. Oh well. Oh, we have a beast appearing. Where is it? Ooh, right there. Let's see if other people are going there.
Don't all crowd me at once. Plenty of perfectly edible fish to go.
Oh, well, that's interesting. I mean, maybe not connected to the Shadow Army, but having them, like, having that be Obsidian, that would be kind of cool. That's just, that by itself is actually an interesting prospect. We have a Moa here, guys. Let's fight him. Attack. Oh, God. Immediately we got that put on us. Dude, I'm not going close to that. That thing is going to kill. Oh, my God, it's coming for me. I'm sorry, 3% milk. I am not getting close to that thing. That thing is gonna fucking kill me. Yep. No. No! Stay away! Ah! Help! See, that attack does a lot of damage. Oh, no! He's coming. Here, have birds. Ah! Lithera, I need you to get up. Oh my God! See, this is See, this is why I wasn't gonna stop. Just because I fucking stopped, I died. Yeah. Someone already did. Yeah, someone did it. Someone, you know what happened? Someone watched my stream yesterday and they were like, "This guy is really fucking cool. I'm gonna go check out Shady Hammond." That's exactly what happened. I'm just kidding. Oh my God! Look at all these guys. I'm not getting close to that. I'm sorry. You guys are on the ground there. Oh my God, that guy just like got deleted. Oh my God, I'm all alone. What is happening? Help. Help. Go, Frank, you got it. Go, Frank, you can do it. God. Someone came in and immediately died. Did you guys see that? Someone came into the battle and immediately died. Oh God, that's hilarious. No, stay away from me. Ah. Oh my. See that attack right there? Devastating. That's a devastating attack. Run. Running speed. Go, Frank. You can do it. Frank the tank, yo. Everyone else abandoned. They were just like, you know what? Fuck this shit. I believe in us. I believe we can do this. Kill that Moa so you can get back up. There you go. No, please, no. Stop coming after me. Must be. I doubt it. I highly doubt it. Here's risk ticket. Risk ticket. Risk KT maybe? I don't know. Someone, why can't we just CC him? Like, just CC him. He has someone strip his boons and CC him, please. That guy over there, new player. He does not have what it takes. He doesn't have the thing. Oh, we have an archer. We have an NPC archer over here hanging out with us. No, no, too close. I'm too close. It has incredible reach. Bimmy Jr. is here. Alright, let's go back. Not done yet. CC. Oh, there we go. Good. I wish I had like, I wish I could see his boons. Like, do you guys think that that would be too cluttery to have like just really small icons of the boons that your pet has on there? No, why always me? Stop! So far away. I just want to be so far away. I don't even want to be anywhere close to that attack. That is one devastating attack. Guys, CC, please. What is happening? There we go. Jeez. Oh god. Watermelon clap. Oh god, I'm running. Fuck that. Sorry, water. Oh, why after me again? Oh. I do not want to be close to that. He's coming for me. He's the menace. Ah! Run, everyone, run! Here's some boons. I can help out a little bit as I'm running. Like a scared little cat. Scared little kitty, I'm running away. Oh. I didn't even notice. I was just like so focused on running away. Ooh, that spirit got erased from existence too. No. Please stop. Please stop. CC him. Almost there. You got it. Ugh. Whew. I gotta back away. You are all gonna die. What did I say? What did I say? Every single person but June 10 is down. Holy shit. I was like, you're all gonna die. You guys are way too close to that guy. Get away. It's the only way you can survive this. It's like just being 300 miles away from him when he does that. Ah! Help! It's coming after me. It's like a fucking nightmare. I love how Frank is just like, I don't care. I'm just attacking. He has so many boons on him too. Does he get boons for every enemy that he hits? He just had 25 might on him, guys. Do you know how devastating that is when he does one attack? It is incredibly devastating. CC him. Do it. There we go. Kill him. You can do it, guys. Ah! Run away. Run away. Oh, I'm too far. There's never too far with these guys. Die. We did it. Alright, cool. That was satisfying. Rewards? Oh, look at that. We actually got a new armor piece. I love it. Thanks for revives. Yeah, listen, I was the victim here, okay? I just ran the whole time. I kept them busy. You're welcome. Do you want to see if Shady Hammond is back? We can see Shady Ham in his back. Whee. Oh god. Go. I know I could have teleported, but what's the fun in that? Oh, we couldn't have. I don't even have the waypoint unlocked again. Maybe I broke him. Maybe he has like, he doesn't respawn until the map resets or something. And this is like, this map hasn't seen a new instance yet. Oops. I don't know. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true. I don't think I'm that influential. Hello. Okay. What were the other places I wanted to look at? Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Oh, yeah. Brisbane Wildlands. We're going to go to the Brisbane Wildlands, guys. What's the fastest way there? Oh, just going east. Or west. The other east. Going the other east. Going west. We're leaving. Oh. I love that bonfire right here. That toxic queen though is devastation. So we're gonna stay far away from. Oh no! Oh, she got me really good. Let me out. Let me out. Let me run, please. Goodbye. No. That's what I was waiting for. I was like, when is that attack coming? Let me mount, please. Go! Ooh, juvenile eagle. Hold on, let's get that. Let's charm that. Hello. Oh, look at him walk. He's so cute. Wait, you're leaving again. Can we? Who did I? Oh, I guess. My good God, now I'm just in combat with everyone here. That's fine. Leveled up. I did get you. I did indeed get you. Yay! Now we got more ferocity for Frank. Frank the tank. What do you have for weapons?
Report any suspicious activity.
Hammer, mace, warhorn. Nope, I'm good. Thanks. Back piece. All right. Frank the tank, yo. Our bestest friend ever. All right, we're going to Brisbane, guys. One of my least favorite maps of all time. Why? I don't know. I just dislike it. There's no specific reason. I just don't like it. Do people like Brisbane? Are people like fans of Brisbane Wildlands as a map? Like thinking of the different areas and the events happening, and you know, there's no meta event, there's no meta boss or whatever, but do people like it? I hate it. More mail, more useless mail. Where am I going? I'm going over here. Whee! Let's help this pack hard. Let's help all these people. Someone is doing the race, maybe.
If only I could.
I'm not a huge fan. No? Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I just if they had designed it more like how the area kind of was in Guild Wars 1, where you had like the valleys that were green, and then the you know, I know we have the like Maguma wastes, the wastes are out here or whatever, but even this area in Guild Wars 1, like right around this area, was kind of designed where it had like, you know, the valleys were like really filled with greenery, and then on top, like the higher hills and stuff, those were all like very barren and wastelandish. I would have really liked that design for Brisbane Wildlands. I would have really liked that if they had designed it like that. Like where all of this is very barren, like there's not a lot of trees and greenery going on, and then you go into the hill, or into the valley, and it's all green down here. I think there's something aesthetic wise that is kind of weird to me in Brisbane.
Look closely. Over there.
Whee! Alright, so we're almost where I want to go, but you know, we're still leveling, so I'm just gonna... Oh boy. See, I love the change of having a for them to have what's that called? A defiance bar? I really like that. I think that's really good. But it's just another example of power creep. I feel like, so we're talking about flesh reavers, right? There's flesh reavers right here in the small little in this little area right here, in the small little right there. They're just randomly there and they don't do anything. Kind of weird, right? It's like, this is not an area known to be like close to the mists or anything. So it's very like strange that we have flesh reavers here. See, and they have the black coming out too, like on their talons and their claws and stuff. Cinematic? What is the cinematic that person was watching? Did you guys see that? And there's a dead body here. Is there some kind of story behind that? It's way too arid and monotone, and it's a shame what they did to the henge of Dinravi. Yeah, I think that could have been handled better as well. Is there a story to any of this? What was here in Guild Wars 1? This is the very corner. Oh, yeah, okay. This is the very corner of the Sage Lands, where there actually is like a little lake. There actually, in that area is a little, like a little lake or whatever. As far as I remember at least. Let's click on it. Yeah, in the bottom right corner is a little bit of a lake, but we don't see any flesh reavers or anything like that though. No demonic creatures, I would say. I would, you know, honestly, I would like for Brisbane to be more arid. That's kind of my, that's mine, or at least have a different aesthetic. Like the, you know, Brisbane Wildlands makes me think of like, I don't know, it makes me think of something else other than what I feel like they're trying to portray. I don't know. Yeah, so we have this dead body here. It's no explanation to this dead body. And we have flesh reavers here, so that's one instance of flesh reavers. The interesting part is that the gate, the unused gate, is actually above us. Right there. where you have the bandit engineers working on it. Interesting. Alright, well, let's go. I want to go to the Shiver Peak Mountains. Alright. I'm not gonna like skip through all the content, so we're gonna just kind of walk through Wayfarer and kind of like do a turn. Or is that the fastest way? Yeah, because we're too low level to go here, so we kind of have to go around, which is fine. We're just gonna take our time with that. Ooh. Let's just venture across. The interesting thing is that both Fleshers and other demons like Devils and Connect side, they all wield weapons, but from what we've seen of the Kryptis, they don't. These bandit engineers like, you know. That's really funny, yeah. Like, they've been at that bridge for 11 years and they've made absolutely no progress. 0 progress has been made in 11 years. That's bad. Because we killed their leadership, it's fine. You know, we killed Katakas, so they have no more funding. Do we want to visit Addleston? We just talked about Addleston the other day. We can visit him. We can say hi to Addleston. Look at all these new people! I mean, whether or not these are new people, I don't know, but it's fucking, I love it. Hello. Oh, I love it. Love, love, love it. Alright, kids. You wanna attack me? Wanna throw at me? Oh, I guess I gotta get their attention. Hey, stupid kid. Throw a ball at me. Not from behind that tree. Come on, do it. Throw. Yeah, do it. Oh, what are you doing? No, not at each other. Both of you. Pay attention. Oh, now you're throwing evil. No. Really? And then they're back in a fucking loop here. Come on. It's so hard to get it to work. And I don't think I can do that myself, right? No, I did try that multiple times. It didn't work. Can you guys like pay attention to me? Stop throwing it at each other. Yeah, there's still because if you think there's still reason to think, but like what's north of there is like Majesty's Rest, which has the mausoleum and stuff. So that would be really cool to have for. Oh my god, did he really miss? He missed. Yeah, come on. God damn it. Hit me. They keep hitting me. I'm trying to like, I feel like I'm okay at dodging, but apparently the testament to how shitty I am at dodging. Everyone can see my shitty dodging job. Listen, I'm gonna blame it on being a gigantic char. I'm the smallest size char there is, but. Yeah, we did it. Hi, Addleston. Come here. He is so strong. He's gonna rip my throat out. Look at him. The fucking beast. Oh boy. Whoopsie. Mobby. Alright, anyways. I don't know why I wanted to do that, but here we are. Yeah, I think, you know, Majesty's Rest and the Mausoleum and something. There could be something for an expansion that maybe deals with that. Maybe there's something about like, oh, you have to contact the ancient, you know, the ancient kings of Kryta to do whatever the fuck you need to do. And it's like, oh, hey, we're gonna open up this map north of Brisbane, with the mausoleum that's like right here, you know, and you have to do stuff there. I don't know. The premise of like these mini, like just the concept of like, hey, we're doing mini expansions and we're gonna be, it's not gonna be one overarching story, it's gonna be like little self-contained stories, just really leaves open the possibility to them doing just a shit ton of stuff, a shit ton of different things. It opens up a world of possibilities.
You continue to live in fear, in open defiance of a greater being. But I ask you this: why fear that which can make you stronger?
Again, why do we need to hear this?
Spirit, transcend your existence and forge your legend with Tormag. It's the only way.
It's the only way. Is it really? Is it really? Simply because you're asking me to do that, you know, shows that there's other options. If there were no other options, you wouldn't have to ask. That's simple of a concept, isn't it? Die. We're just ruining all these Svanir's day. All these sons of Svanir's. Yes, son of a Svanir. Is that an insult? Is that something that they've used before? Like, you son of a Svanir? Bye, bitch. Do 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 do. Get that. Who am I in combat with? What is happening? Get that waypoint. Flesh Reavers, we're coming for you. It's the Flesh Reavers song. You never heard of it? I was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I don't know what's wrong with me, okay? Does these look kind of goofy? Look at their face. Hello. I kind of like them. They're really cool. I've always been a fan of like enemies in games that are like tree-like, or they have a tree on their body or whatever. I always like that concept. There's always some appealing about that. Very cool. I still haven't used the bank. Apparently I'm still not ready to receive all these experience points. Oh, is the world boss happening? I think the world boss is happening. But that's okay. We're en route to something more interesting. Ta-da! Svanir achieve in 3 minutes, guys. So if you want to get some daily stuff done, go do that. We are journeying to Lornar's Pass. Lornar's Pass was one of my favorite maps in original Guild Wars, just because it felt so isolated and it was like this challenge that you could take on, right? Where you're like, oh, you know, I can get to the southern Shiver Peaks from here if I venture through this, right? If I can make it through this, I can you know, I can get endgame armor or whatever, right? It's like, and even elite armor you could get in the in the Granite Citadel, which is kind of weird that they call it Granite Citadel because it's not even made out of granite. But anyways, in the Granite Citadel, you could even get like elite armor. I love that elite armor you can get there. You know, I guess we could help. I guess we can help. Oh, it's already done. I didn't even look at the bar. Ooh, look at this regal looking motherfucker over here. Holy shit. Xena, god of dragons. That's pretty badass. She looks awesome. I love her very much. I'm gonna take a screenshot. Boom. Done. Really? No. Did that not take a screenshot? It did take a screenshot. Cool character. Love it. I love when I see stuff like that. It's very cool. Very cool. Ooh, we leveled up. I love how like a new instance of Frank the Tank just appeared. Like he was resummoned because he just got stronger. Did we get some? We did not. What is the next one that we're gonna take? Grant might to the other. Okay. While your health is, your pet deals increased strike damage. Your pet swap gains recharge. Okay, so while I'm over 90% health, he gets 10% more damage. That's really good. Your pet gains ferocity. Axe skills gain. Ensuring you gain additional ferocity while wielding an axe. Oh, that's really good. That would be really good because I'm using an axe, so it works out perfectly. So we can get 240 ferocity from it. That would be amazing. That's like really good. Look at that. Look at that. Do you guys think that like I'm crazy when I talk about like updating the sky maps? Like that does not. That is very immersion breaking to me because it looks so out of place. It looks weird. Like it doesn't look good. It looks really strange to me. And then there's nothing on this side at all. Like, I don't know. It's weird. And again, it might just be me, but I would really like to get some new skyboxes. And I feel like that doesn't, does that, I'm not a developer. I've never worked on a game, but is that something that would take a lot of effort to make? Like I feel like that's just like an image that they paste on the like outside of the screen, right? It's kind of like that's what you see outside, and it's like, well, you know, I think there's a lot of little things. We talked about the I talked about the snow yesterday. Was it yesterday? I talked about this. Was it yesterday that I talked about it? The yesterday or Sunday I talked about the snow in Guild Wars 1. And how I think the snow in Guild Wars 1 is a lot cooler because it's a lot more obvious. Like when I venture through these maps, I don't even realize that it's snowing because these snowflakes are very like, they're so opaque and you can't really see them that well. I wish they were more prominent on the screen. And then I've also talked about like having more of the borders that they use and stuff. Like it'd be kind of cool to utilize that. Like wouldn't it be cool if we talked about the water effects when you come out of the water, you know, and you have those splashes on screen, having that for the rain? Wouldn't it be cool if like once in a while you had like a little snowflake that like landed on your camera lens or something? It only has to be a subtle effect, you know. You don't want to like you don't want to have something that's like takes away your vision as you're like playing or whatever, but having like a snowflake land on the thing and kind of just like disappear or whatever, that would be kind of cool. You know, do some stuff to create immersion in the game a little bit more. I feel like that would be cool to have. Mooses are really strong in this game, but Frank the Tank is a tank and he will kill them all. In the water. What is that? Oh, they killed a Drake. I was like, what is that dead body? Frank the Tank? He's like the coolest guy ever. If you're not friends with Frank, what is happening here? Like a collection of people hanging out. If you're not friends with Frank the Tank, I don't know what you're doing with your life. Look at him. He can even fight underwater. You see him? He's like a multi-purpose friend. He's like the friend you can bring to just everywhere. Look at him. You can shoot poison spikes underwater. What? It's just amazing. Alright. Off we go. Ooh, we have a juvenile ice Drake. We'll charm it. Cool. Yeah, Biora, they did a really good job. I would really love the mechanic of maybe having a snowstorm. The other day I talked a little bit about the sandstorm mechanic in Dry Top and how that, like, you know, how I could see them reutilizing the same system in a way. It's such a shame that they don't have like any sandstorms happening in the desert of Elona. Like, there's no sandstorms. It happens in the Maguma wastes. Like, that seems kind of weird, right? Like, why wouldn't we get a sandstorm in any of the maps in Elona? Like, that seems really weird to me. I know that we don't have dynamic weather, you know, and I that's probably like really not feasible or something. Like, I get that, you know, but you know, you can do different things with weather to make it interesting, again, to build immersion. But yeah, the way that they did Biora Marches, it would be really cool if you had like a similar effect where, like, you know, if you fail the meta event or something, or if people don't do the meta event, that like a certain area of the map is now like under constant snowstorm, and you get like chill applied every so often for like a second. I mean, it doesn't have to be like constantly, but it's just something that's a little bothersome, so it kind of drives you to maybe do that event or something. I don't know. He's the best. He is the best. I wish we could go get more maps like Biora, the dark atmosphere music, snow, ice. I really liked it too. The problem was that, and I've talked about this before, where Biora Marches, see, there's no snow here. There's no snowfall here. And it's very like, ugh. I really dislike it. But so I just need to defeat enemies here because we need to get a gear crank, guys. We have power and precision on this. Well, why the hell not? Equip it. Equip it right now. Ooh, we got a silver doubloon. Do they still sell for a shit ton? Nope, not anymore. I forgot what they were even used for. But yeah, it would be really cool to see that. But yeah, so Biora Marches, the first part of it, the first half of Biora Marches is a theme park map. And I don't like theme park maps. I'm not a fan of the concept of having just different areas dedicated to certain things. It's very just, it feels very MMO-y to me, and it feels very not what ArenaNet is. But yes, I do agree. I wish we had a whole map that was like the forest. Like the Aberrant Forest, like a whole map like that. Oh man, that would be so cool. Somewhere like deep in the Shiver Peak Mountains or something, with like snow and ice, and you have like a bone skinner coming to hunt you down or something. Oh, that would be so cool. Are you kidding me? I would pay for that. I would pay straight up money for that. I think the bone skinner was completely underutilized as well. They really could have done something else with it. Or more with it, at least. But hey, you know, I mean, maybe we'll see it in the future. Maybe we'll have a Norn expansion, mini expansion that deals with the other spirits of the wild, the spirits of season, the spirits of mountain, the spirit of darkness, the spirit of fire. You know, and we get to see maybe more about the Bone Skinners, and we get a really cool dark map that takes place somewhere deep in the Far Shiver Peak Mountains or something. Who knows? That would be really cool. I could totally see that be a concept. You know, I could totally see that be a thing, and that would probably be my favorite expansion ever if they did all of that. Because the spirits of seasons, the spirit of fire, the spirit of mountains, the spirit of darkness are something that I'm really interested in. I think they can make some really compelling, cool, like, villains out of those in their own, like, way. I don't know. It would be really cool to see that. Looking for a gear crank. I still don't have one. Disappear. What? Or disappear or talk some mad quotes? I don't know what you mean. Like as like on the map or something? Like the little things that happen with the Bone Skinner, where you can like find different NPCs and they say these crazy things, and like you have Bone Skinners like popping up everywhere, kind of stealing people out of the air. It's very ominous. It's very like ooh, but you know, it's all ruined by the idea of like using mounts, because you can just like sprint through the map and on your mount and just kind of like just run past all that stuff and not give a shit, you know. If you're just walking around like this, it's like, yeah, it's like very immersion, like ooh, very nice, you know. Like I said, I wish there was more instances where we cannot use our mounts. Like, I guess everything is like mount centric now, but man, does that ruin the fucking experience for people? Cause like, I mean, I'm making a whole series of videos that talks about stuff that people miss because they get to just sprint along, and you know, they get to miss all of it. It's really sad. Very nice. It's very nice. Eh, well, we need to defeat more enemies. Lost Owl Shrine. Oh, poor owl. Ooh. Yeah. We need a gear crank. Do you have a gear crank? Do you have a gear crank? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Guys, I can't sing. I have no musical talent, so I'm sorry. You guys have to endure that. Oh, I just thought about something else, guys. Let me go somewhere else real quick. What about the ones that you can summon here in... You can summon the Flesh Reavers here. What are the two instances? Oh, we have... I was like, there's two instances where you can summon Flesh Reavers. I totally forgot about that. We were here earlier and I didn't even think about that. So first of all, we have this... we have Terran right here. She's in front of this book, right? Because we're talking about Flesh Reavers. I don't know. I can't tell what's... Terran, what's in your book? I must know. Can you guys make anything out on there? Is that a map? Looks like a map. Can't tell. Is that a map of Tyria? Is this like... What is that? I I can't make it out. I don't know what this represents. Clearly it's a map because there's a compass on it and there's like arrows leading around. I just don't know what the map is. But anyways, so you can talk to her. And she talks, I've been translating this book I found. It's the story of one woman's attempt to enter the underworld. What does it say? This part is interesting. Finally, after months I've perfected my ritual. I've written it in blood, just as the necromancers would. Creepy, but keep going. I've hesitated for 3 days now. I don't know what I'll find. I tried to open a window, but I couldn't see in. Go on. I opened the door at dawn, but I couldn't pass through, nor could I see in. Night is coming, and now I can't close the door again. Then what happened? That's it. It ends here. The last page looks like some sort of ritual. It's written in blood. Should I perform it? Yeah, we should learn about this, right? So, and she does that.
Straight into the underworld, if it works right.
And if it doesn't,
I suppose we'll discover that later.
And she actually opens the door to, look at that. And we have a flesh reaver that comes out. By doing a little ritual here, guys. We're some real badasses with rituals. That sound effect is really annoying.
we discovered what would happen.
Yes, we did. Think we should do it again sometime?
Oh, probably not. That never stops us, though.
When it comes to science, err on the side of curiosity.
Yeah, and then she just repeats her dialogue. I don't know
Hello,
if...
stranger?
Yeah, he doesn't say anything interesting. Yeah, none of them say anything. So you can do that, and then there's the other one with the shack, where you can actually do that yourself. You can do the same thing where you summon them. I mean, I know they come from the underworld, but still, nonetheless, like, it's just kind of cool that we have those instances of flesh reavers. So we have this guy here, he's a necromancer. You take your life in your hands when you travel through this place. Tread carefully, or you may lose it. What do you mean? The human gods may have left this world, but I can tell you some powerful presence never left here. Evil things roam freely here, looking to feast on the living. What brings you here? I found this book, one unlike any I've seen. I want to study it, but every time I reach for it, I feel a horrible coldness. There's something wrong with that tome. I'll read it for you. You will? It's right outside, but I must warn you, friend. That book reeks of evil. Who knows what will happen once you read its pages? Thanks for the warning. Do you know anything, Necromancer? He said, answering a call, he said, Dark Titans follow him. I'm not surprised he ended up corpse. That was the dead corpse that was leading up into the raid wing that they released. Again, I don't know if this is translatable text. Looks too blurry. The book feels cold to the touch. The pages are stained, but the text is still legible. A sinister presence can be felt. The air grows colder and carries a hint of rotten blood. The cold becomes a chill, relentless and encompassing. The air now carries a voice, rasping and distant. The air itself feels as though it's made of teeth. The voice grows stronger as two words emerge in a horrid clarity. I'm free! And this guy shows up. Hello! Nice job, Frank. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's a good point. Yeah, so Flesh Reavers, I could really see them be part of the Kryptis. Because they're so, like, they have no background. They have no, you know, we know nothing about them. They have no connections to anything that's existing. They've just kind of been there all along, right? So it would be really cool to maybe have them become part of the Kryptis faction. And maybe they're used, maybe the Flesh Reavers are just scouts. Scouts of the Kryptis, right? That's why they appear in our world and maybe in others, because they're used as, like, we just send them out to see if they can find, like, what we're looking for, you know, evil and dark emotions that we can feed on or something. I don't know. It's very cool. Very cool though. I'm still looking for that stupid gear crank. That's so interesting. It drops from mechanical monsters, destroyers, wasps, Jotun, basilisks, ettins, frostworms, and wolves in Lornar's Pass. I didn't know that was specific to those enemies. I thought it was like any enemy. So where do we have a lot of those enemies? Not here. Destroyers. Well, we know where those. Oh, look, there's a wolf. We can have a wolf in our team. Not that I'm using them, but because we have Frank the Tank, yo, we don't need anything else. Ice worms. There's some ice worms. Look at these guys target practicing. I love it. It's cute. Gear crank, appear for me, please. Ice worm. I don't know if the hatchlings even drop those. It just said ice worm, or it says frost worms. It doesn't even say ice worms. It says frost worms. Whee! Let's help this. Let's help them out over here. What's going on? Oh god, these guys are all higher level than me. Ooh, this is bad. Frank, I need your help. I need you to defeat all of these fuckers. Ugh. Ah! Die. Ugh. Oh my good god. Frank! Help! AoE attack? Alright, lead him right into it.
Really don't want to get eaten by their god.
That's okay, I'll defeat them.
Time to get out of here.
Bring that well back here. Another offering for
Ooh, we get a new axe. How fantastic. Increased inflicted poison duration. Do I cause poison? Cripple duration, inflict weakness. Well, I guess I'm gonna go with the weakness one. Get out of here, all of you. Alright. I saved him. You guys did not. We get this cool new axe. Can I ask you a question? I always hate when people say that. Those are crazy. Or library. It's not a library. It's not a edible thing, okay? Eatable thing. So funny. All right. Yeah, none of these. Get rid of all of it. All right. Have you guys talked about new article from Arena today? I'm interested in the fact that Kryptis sounds like they've been lurking out of face like the Rasan. We talked a little bit, so I'm actually on the hunt right now. So yesterday, another community member, NM, came up with the theory that, because ArenaNet was talking about that we have seen the Kryptis before, and the theory was that the Kryptis are, that the Flesh Reavers are part of the Kryptis. So we've kind of been spending a little bit of time today looking at a couple of different instances where we see Flesh Reavers, and they're in very, like, some of them are in peculiar places and kind of random, but it really seems to hint at, like, the way the concept art looks and the way that they're designed and stuff. It really kind of shows that they probably are part of the Kryptis, the Flesh Reavers, which is really, really cool. So we're kind of on the hunt right now. I'm trying to get a gear crank so we can look at like a cool event that has to do with the Flesh Reaver in Lornar's Pass. But yeah, I mean, I think the Kryptis are going to be really cool. And I love if we get like a cool connection with something, with a faction that we had in the game that we've never seen really be connected to anything else. You know, I always like when they reutilize like older content or older races or whatever. Thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you. So yeah, we have talked a little bit about that. And I just think that, you know, again, once again, ArenaNet today kind of had a post of like, hey, here's some info without actually giving us a lot of info, you know. It was very bare bones in the sense of info. But nonetheless, I definitely am excited, and I definitely think that with the new concept art that we saw today, that there's a huge possibility of the Flesh Reavers being part of the Kryptis, which that's pretty much today's subject. I mean, we talked about all kinds of other things. We talked about marketing, we talked about partner program, we talked about all of those things. Oh yeah, steam creatures, because it said mechanical, right? So if we go fight the steam creatures, maybe we'll get a gear crank. Ooh, exciting. Let's go visit the priory. Ooh, I love that song. That's the Dermot Priory theme song. So it's playing every time you walk right up to the priory. It's so cool. It's a really good song too.
What should I do?
Field scholars require our assistance. They best get to work.
Commune with this place of power. That looks so weird. That looks really strange. Nothing against it, but this just looks really weird. Is that just me, or does that look really weird? Alright, so we have mechanical enemies, we have frost worms, ice worms, whatever. What else? Jotun, Ettins, wolves. So any of those can drop the gear crank that we need for this event. So I don't know if frost bats are part of that. Oh, but there's ice worms underneath here. Let's do it. Hello, we're here to ruin everyone's day. Look at them, there's so many of them. We even have a champion. Oh my god, these are way higher level. This is gonna be tough, guys. Frank the tank. He has to take lead here. We depend on you, Frank. Frank has a defiance bar. He cannot be knocked. Look at that. He cannot be knocked back. He's gonna do it for us. Yeah, nice. I could do a little booster. Let's do a booster. Let's do a birthday booster. Get some more experience. Level up a little bit faster. Oh my god, did you see the birds? They're going crazy. They're going crazy, the birds. Yes, a baby diaper. What? I'm lost. A baby diaper? What are we talking about? Oh my god, he's so strong. Well, we can, I mean, look, Frank is totally, he's doing a great job, but he is, oh, I need to get closer to him because I need him to get some of the boons. Oh my god, Frank is dying, guys. Frank, no! Oh, yes. Oh my god, yes. The bees, yes. It looks like a diaper. Oh my god, it does. It looks weird. Oh, Frank is dead. That's okay. Oh, I didn't mean to. I meant to swap. All right, here's Rex, guys. Remember Rex? Yeah, he's here. He's here too. Don't attack me, please. Attack Rex. Ow. Uh-oh. That was, okay, that was kind of... No, stop attacking me! Ah! I dodged way too early. Can I kill this guy? Nope. Nope. Rex. Rex, I need you. Get over here. No! Rex! No! Oh my good god. Come on, 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 come on. Oh, we did it! Frank! Back in action. Oh god, this is bad. This is turning really bad really quickly. Icicle. Ah. This is like a real challenge right now. Don't reset. Did you just reset? Did you guys see that? You didn't gain any health or anything. No, I meant to. Why do I keep canceling my own? Well, I think it's because I have it on auto cast. Dude, why are you even in this? No one even asked for your opinion, okay? Go away. Frank, attack him, kill him. Oh god, there's another guy here. What? What's happening? Oh, no, stop. Stupid hatchling. We're doing it slowly. Halfway there. Oh god, Frank is not doing so hot. Oh, someone's here. Go Rex. Do it. That was some intense fighting we got going on right now. I should probably take a command, some kind of command thing. All right, Frank is back in action. Go, Frank. Woof. All right, that was stressful to say the least. Get crank, please. Get crank, get crank. Ah. Let's mine some silver. Get some more experience. All right, I'm gonna journey back out of here because these guys are still a little too strong. Oh, we leveled up. Ow. Right. Well, now we're a little bit stronger. Oh, I have more stuff here. Okay, well that doesn't really do much, does it? That's okay. We can at least use that. And you gain reduced recharge. Did they not they updated this, right? This doesn't actually lower the recharge of the commands anymore. Does it? I don't know. I guess that's one. There's only one way to find out. 20. Nope, it doesn't. So they didn't change the text. They changed the functionality to just not even have that. But I think I'm gonna take the ferocity out. It's only 76 ferocity, so we're gonna do Sikkim. We fight as one is gonna be good as well. Or we is that what it's called? I forgot what it's called. It's in here. Strength of the pack. That's the one I'm thinking of. Oh yeah, wolves have gear cranks in them too. Why? I don't know, but doesn't matter. Oh. Get it. Ugh. Come on. What's the chance of getting a stupid gear crank? Do Minotaurs have them? I don't know. No. They don't. Let's go on to the lake and let's defeat some of those guys over there. Oh, we have a bunch of hatchlings here. Let's get this waypoint and then we can kill all these guys. They're not very hard, so. They're not very tough. So do you guys think we're gonna get, so how many weeks do we have now? We have it's August 22nd, right? Oh, I can't click on it on this screen. Oh, it's already Wednesday. I was so confused. I was like, I know it comes out on a Tuesday. So we have 2 more Tuesdays before the release. Do you guys think we're gonna get more blog posts? Do you guys think we're gonna get a trailer? Do you guys think we're gonna get another, like... Do you guys think we're gonna get a trailer release day? Like on release day we're gonna get a trailer? Or do you guys think we're gonna get some before that? Do you guys think we're only gonna get blog posts? Or is there gonna be something else that we're gonna see? I wish they would have done, like... I don't know... something? Like a beta event where we can use the new abilities of the sky scale or something. I don't know. Yeah, it's about 3 weeks, right? For the new, it's yesterday 3 weeks, or today. Well, whatever. You know, it's just after midnight. So, but yeah, I don't know. So we're all thinking like blog posts and then we're getting a trailer once the expansion drops, right? I think that's what's gonna happen too. I think release day we're gonna get a trailer. And I think we're gonna get up until that point probably only blog posts. It seems like they're like kind of doubling down on that. I just wish we could get like, you know, a stream, a guild chat beforehand or something. I don't know. The problem is they're so inconsistent on the guild chats. Either they do them all the time or they don't do never ever do them. It's very inconsistent in the way that they do them. Yeah. Well, we talked a ton. I mean, today and yesterday we talked a ton about different ideas that everyone had and things that we came up with on, like, you know, how we could see marketing change, or, you know, new ideas on what they could utilize, what they could do. There's like a lot happening on the site right now. It's crazy. I was just like, why is there so much on the screen? Like, first of all, I don't care about that. All right, let's defeat some steam creatures. Maybe a stream like End of Dragons. I mean, I really wish they would do a stream. I really wish there would be a stream that they would do. But I mean, they didn't even do a stream for the announcement, you know? So I have no high hopes that they're gonna do a stream up until that point. But yeah, if you guys are interested in my opinions about marketing and stuff, just watch yesterday's stream. We did some Guild Wars 1 yesterday. And I talked ad nauseum about marketing at the, I think towards the end, actually. We're going towards the Wizard's Tower, and like right before that I had like an hour-long fucking, I stopped and I just talked about like everything marketing. And then today, early on today, we had a discussion about that. Come on, give me a freaking gear crank. Oh, I have one. No, it's not. It's just a gear. Damn it. Damn it. It's not even the same icon. Why did I get excited? I don't know. I got level 30. I know. Ooh, nice. Getting stronger by the minute. Ooh, nice. Precision and condition damage is exactly what I need. Because, you know, I'm using conditions, but I'm also getting, once we go here, honed axes is going to be very nice for me when I do, when I'm using like axes and I'm getting a lot of critical hits. So that's why I need precision to get a lot of ferocity. It all works together in unison. Together with Frank the Tank, and we'll be undefeatable. Frank the Tank is already badass. If we would have been a higher level and I would have gotten maybe, if I had like some, just been a higher level or whatever, he would have been able to take on that champion by himself. Gear crank? Gear crank? Nope. Yeah, veteran. Team Frank the Tank. I love it. Should I make a Frank the Tank t-shirt for the merch store? I totally wear it. Not that I know how to draw a devourer at all. I would need someone to draw me really cool Frank the Tank devourer. See, that's the problem with having a merch store but having no artistic talent whatsoever. It's like, Get out of here. We got new shoes. Oh, we got a new everything. Look at all these nice things we're getting. Oh, level 33. I can wear this though. That's much better. That would be really adorable, right? Having like a baby devourer or something. Be like Frank the Tank. I don't know how I would design it. I would have to really sit down and think about it, but I've like the reason I said like baby devourer, like I want to have like this baby devourer, but he's like a total badass, and he's Frank the Tank, even though he's like this tiny little guy. No, I'm coming. Hold on. Don't do it. Don't. Oh, okay. Oh, that's. I'll forgive you. Hello. Okay. Woo. Boom. If not flesh, can we consider demons from Abaddon's realm? I remember similar demons or Stygians. Yeah, that, I mean, that's a huge possibility as well. The question kind of comes to like, because obviously Abaddon wasn't a demon, right? But he had demons under his command. So how did he get in contact with these demons? How did he get to the point where he actually was hanging out with these demons? How did it come to that point? I think there's something interesting to be told there. Another tie-in, because a lot of people are talking about Menzies and having him in the story and all these things. So it's like, you know, could we see some kind of connection? Like if we're talking about Mingus and how he was aligned with Abaddon and all this stuff, like could we see some kind of connection really with demons, right? We also have like Doom that was in the underworld, and you know, he had like, there's demons in the underworld, like the demons we just summoned earlier in the God's Lost Swamp, like both instances, like up here and in here, both have to do with like the underworld, right? Because it's in this area and all of this is underworld stuff. So it's like, okay, right? The Shady Hammond event that we talked about earlier, that's like up here. Well, it has to do with like the underworld, because you have this hero point here with the underworld and stuff. So yeah, I don't know. We want to check out to see if Shady Hammond is up. I want to do that event today. And I'm not getting a stupid gear crank. Really annoying. Go, Frank. Kill them. Let's check it out. Stygian was a kind of fleshy too. Stygian. Stygian weapons? Stygians? Daggers. Oh, they are. Ooh, they're so gross. Sorry, that sound effect from those things is really annoying. You're all right. They're super fleshy looking. Yeah, very gross. I hope that, you know, I'm probably gonna be doing like every Sunday and Monday. I'm gonna be doing my Guild Wars 1 playthrough. I hope that maybe before, I don't know, probably not, but before Secrets of the Obscure comes out, that we can get to a Realm of Torment, and just talk about it. You know, talk about this, all the fleshiness, right? When you go into Realm of Torment, there's a lot of areas that look very demonic, and they're fleshy, and they have like, when you look at the Heart of Abaddon, or the Heart of Torment, where Raza was, like where he was kept, there's these really like rows of teeth and stuff. It's all like fleshy and gross. So like, even though it's the Realm of Torment and it's the realm of a god, like, but there's still, it seems to be like an influence of demonic stuff, right? There's like a huge influence in that. What's this? Oh, this Dazes? I didn't know. I was like, I interrupted the whole group. Shady Hammond is here, guys. Shady Hammond, my best friend in the world. Look at him. The graves have long been abandoned, but the graves are still packed with valuables. I've got some hidden if you'd like to see them. Can we just end these guys? End these jokers, please?
Hello.
And you can say grave robbing is deplorable. It's not really robbing, just collecting mementos. If that doesn't sit well with you, allow me to show you something else. Found something strange back there. We say very well, and he says, I'll take you there. Take me, baby. Take me, Shady Hammond. Take me away. And then we get this like really weird crypt looking thing with these demonic murals. Like, look at that creature. Doesn't that look like Kryptis? Totally looks like it.
Here we are. When in the wild, check behind you. An animal might be sneaking up on you.
And he summons these flesh reavers. And these, like, the most interesting part are the, like, the weird stains on the ground. Like, I don't think this is blood. Is this supposed to be blood? Because it's yellow and red, and it leads into this wall. It's very weird, right? It's kind of like, I always thought like this was hinting at like there's something behind this wall. But yeah, we deal with these flesh reavers here, and we get no explanation. Who this Shady Hammond is, why he summons demons. Just kill him. That's it. And this stuff on the ground disappears. It's very mysterious, guys. Something going on with Shady Hammond. He's gonna be the ultimate boss of the expansion. It's just gonna be like, we're gonna be dropped into the strike mission, and it's Shady Hammond. And his flesh reaver pals. In new map delve, there are similar Menzies armies. Yes, the Maw. Oh yeah, the Maw. That's what it was called. Yeah, the Shadow Army kind of popped up. But they were saying the reason why I kind of don't know if this really has to do with the Shadow Army is because there was one of the lead narrative people, and I'll talk about my settings in a minute, but the lead narrative guy, or one of them, lead narrative designer, Bobby Stein, whatever he is, whatever his title is right now, but he actually said that the shadow creatures that we see are of an unknown race and origin. So kind of maybe hinting at that they're like part of the Kryptis faction, which could still lead to Menzies, right? But it's like, I don't know if I would really consider them part of his army. Oh, he's back. Yeah, he's dead. I'm wondering if we're going to see Raza. Wouldn't it be really cool if we're going to see Raza? In the one video that I talked, because I made, just so you guys know, I made like 3 videos about Secrets of the Obscure, so you guys can check those out. But I had a bunch of different theories on there and stuff. But yeah, at some point I did talk about Raza. I mean, he's like, it is an entity from the Mist, and it, was kind of kept there by Abaddon, but it didn't really have like a purpose or anything, I don't think. And it could perhaps be that we see Raza appear again and be part of the story, because we are dealing with the Mists and rifts into like a different realm and demonic realm and stuff like that. So we might see him come back. So my graphic settings are right here. So I don't know if you guys want to see that. Animation high, anti-aliasing. LOD is at ultra. Terrain and I only did terrain and sky. Textures high, render sampling native. No post processing. Like, it's very, I like a darker setting, so that just kind of ruins a lot of stuff. I don't know, does it actually appear for you guys as well? Because I do have, see, I don't know if you guys can see it, but I have a sharpener on. Does it actually? I can't tell if you guys can see it or not. I'm changing it back and forth. I have a filter over it that actually sharpens it. It's an NVIDIA graphics thing. You can get a sharp. I like a sharper image. It feels easier on my eyes when it's a little bit sharper. So I like when they have that. Ooh. Oh, we're almost there, guys. We need 4 more, and then we can get that. But yeah. Medium. These are usually stuff that I change. I have everything ticked here. I don't know really what these do. But this is it right here. My graphics settings. Yes, I kind of like how they talked about distorted or copy of Rally. There's a similar map in the Realm of Torment for. Oh, that's right. You're right. The Realm of Torment had copies of the. It wasn't just Jahai though. There was like other maps. Weren't there other maps? Weren't there other places that were like copies of the from the world above? You're actually right. I totally forgot about that. That's very interesting. That's a super like a really interesting similarity there. For those of you that don't know, so in Nightfall, the third campaign of the original Guild Wars, we go to the Realm of Torment to defeat Abaddon. But in the Realm of Torment, there's actually a place that's like, it's called Nightfall in Jahai, which is actually like, it's a copy of the Fortress of Jahai and the map that it's in the Realm of Torment. So there is like, because we're talking about like distorted worlds and distorted versions of worlds. We actually have seen that before. I totally forgot about that. That's a very good point. And yeah, so, and also on top of my graphic settings, you guys see that I do use action camera like almost exclusively, and I do have my camera offset to the side. So I know that that's something that people always talk about. I have my camera like all the way to the right. I like to play as like an action game. Get out of here, Pinnapal. No one likes you. Ah! Rude. Whoa, look at that bird. That bird was like flying sideways. Awesome. Awesome shit. Come on, I gotta get a gear. Oh, I got a strong ring. It's all too high. I can't wear any of this. Defeat all the steam creatures. Look at Frank the Tank. He'll defeat them all. Ah, don't punch me. Yeah, it's so weird, right? The infinite light. That's I don't think there will ever be a lore explanation to that. But it is so weird that they use the infinite light. It's something that I always think about every time I face any of them. I'm always like, why do they use that weapon? Oh, God, I still don't have a gear crank. Unless I'm not seeing it. He had so many enemies. Let's defeat Frostmaw. I'm gonna go to where Frostmaw is. Ah. Wee. Oh. Oh, there's the cave. I was like, where's the cave again? It's somewhere over here. Hoppity hop. Excuse me. Coming through. Ooh. Fucked up. I fucked up on the thing. Alright, Frostmaw. Is he here? He is. Hello. Another champion, guys. Can we do it this time? Oh, poor Frank, he's getting bashed already. We're higher levels, so I don't know. He's doing really well, though. I think just having a little bit of regeneration actually helps, too. Yeah. The Stygian Blade, is that actually is that something that we have in Guild Wars 2? Oh, it is. Oh yeah, they should totally use that. Oh yeah, you're totally right. They should totally be using that. Oh, I need to heal Frank. Some regeneration for Frank. Yeah, that would totally make sense if they were using those weapons. I don't know. I mean, Harpies, maybe Harpies I could understand, right? Because there's still the idea that they have some kind of connection to Dwayna, right? And Dwayna being the goddess of light. You know, there's something about that, I think. But yeah, specifically Flesh Reavers, I don't get that at all. Hey, how are you, Lorkeen? Welcome, welcome. It's morning for you. It is very late at night for me. Don't die, Frank. You can do it. You've been enduring this whole time. You've been doing great. Come on. Come on, Frank. Yeah, woo. We did it. Still no gear crank. We're looking currently for a gear crank so that I can show you guys a cool boss fight. Or not a boss fight, but we're talking about Flesh Reavers, because the community, you know, we as the community, we think that Flesh Reavers are, or I think most of us agree on it at least, Flesh Reavers are Kryptis. I think with today's blog post and everything they've talked about before, it's pretty obvious, or it's heavily implied at least. And now we're searching for all the instances that we can see Flesh Reavers in the game. And get a feel for, like, the demonic beings. Oh, run. Oh, I thought he was coming after me. Still no gear crank. Still annoyed at that. Whoa. Alright. Yeah, how are you? Welcome, welcome. I hope you guys are having a good night. I hope you guys are excited for Secrets of the Obscure. Whether or not we do get a lot of ads and marketing and whatever, I mean, I'm clearly hyped for it. I've done way more than enough videos to actually show. Ooh, we can have a juvenile snow leopard. Don't mind if I do. Thank you. Again, Guild Wars 1 had such a better way of dealing with pets and handling pets, like how you have to actually charm them, and how you actually, like, you can't just like walk up to one and be like, all right, be in my team now. Kind of stupid, right? I hate that. And I love how the pets in Guild Wars 1 grow as you level them up, and then you can actually, based on how they perform in battle, you can actually have them grow in different ways where they can become tankier or stronger or whatever, right? It's like, oh man. Jotun are supposed to have some gear cranks in them as well. Can't wear any of these things. They're all too high level. Ready for studying? What are we studying today? That sounds interesting. I don't drink coffee. I'm not a coffee person. I know that's like 99% of the human population that's over the age of like, I don't know, 15 drinks coffee, but I can't do coffee. I just hate it. It tastes gross. And it doesn't matter how much sugar and milk and whatever you add into it. It tastes disgusting to me. Give me a gear crank, someone. Jesus. It's so not fair. I leveled up. That's the thing. Wow, I got almost half another level right here, guys. Do you see that? Insane. All right. Can I wear any of these new things that I got? New things. What are we, level 30? Great. I like the gory appeal. I really love that we're getting like these gory enemies that are like really gross and disgusting, and we're getting a darker tone with the expansion. I really do like that. I do. There's definitely two things that I really am excited about, and I think it's going to be a hit with the people as well. Like those two specific things. I think the Kryptis are going to be really cool enemies. Chemistry and calculus. Oof. Rough. Never been a huge fan of studying. I was always pretty decent in school, but I've never been a fan of actually studying after the fact. And we still don't have a gear crank, which is just very saddening. Frostgate is up here anyways. We kind of need to go back up north. So let's venture north. Gear crank, please. I was just like, oh yeah, we're just gonna look for the gear crank, and then I can end the episode. Yeah, and then here we are, like 3 hours later, still looking for a gear crank. I'm gonna grab a crafting material. Boom, get some of that. Look at that. I really like the setup that we have going. I like the axe with the war horn, the condition damage, the precision. It's all pretty good. It's all pretty good stuff that's going on there. And Frank the tank, of course. All right, Frank, let's go, Frank. I wish we could have our, like, while we're mounted, have our pets kind of just hang out. Like, run beside us or something. I always hate that they disappear. I wish they became, like, not, like, these untargetable, just random objects or whatever that just kind of follow us. Here's some ice worms, so you can kill those to see if we can get a gear crank out of them. Still nothing, but we're about to level up. so let's do that. I'm gonna get something. Oop. Yes, yes, honed axes. Oh, we're so much more powerful now, guys. You see that? Yes, I love it. Ooh, and we get an axe. Look at that. It's meant to be. It's simply meant to be. Inflict bleeding, do a blast, or increase. Let's do that. Bleeding is good, right? Bleeding, we like bleeding. Let's get more command stuff here. Ooh. I'm not familiar with char stuff, so. Wow, we're doing great. We're hitting a lot of enemies here. That's a long recharge. Holy crap. Only lasts 8 seconds. That is a 250 like second recharge. It's so bad. Oh, racial skills. Why even have them in game? Just take them away. They should really make Misfire Wolf should really be a really good elite thing because it's accessible to everyone. Right? I just really think that they should have that be accessible. Like really good because it's accessible to everyone. Is what I'm trying to say. Alright, so I didn't even equip that. Equip that. Okay. Alright, there's a waypoint right up here. And there's actually wolves right up here too, so I just want to be able to get to the gear crank location really quickly once we have it, but so now we have a lot of ferocity, so now our critical hits are going to be insane. I'm sorry, I know these are all puppies and stuff, but unfortunately, we're here to get things. Give me a gear crank, please. Gear crank, please. Nope, no gear crank. But there's a veteran wolf. There's a hair in my mouth. I got it. My own hair. I have my own hair in my mouth. Use the wolves ones and switch super fast to Hounds of Balthazar. Yeah. I like the House of Balthazar. I don't know, I just feel like, you know, because this is accessible to everyone, so it's like, it could be good, right? Elite skills are kind of weird in this game as well. So we don't have a gear crank. Really annoying because we have this, like, it's the reason why I want to show this off in particular. It's very mysterious because we have this frost gate, and we just did last night. Was it last night? Yeah, it was last night. We did the frost gate mission in Guild Wars 1, which looks completely different. First of all, it's in a completely different location. It's actually up here. The frost gate actually takes place right here, I want to say. Is where it is. I looked it up once. There's nothing that indicates Frostgate whatsoever. But then we have this, which is Frostgate Falls, which is wrong because this is in Lornar's Pass. So this is already like way south of where that is. And it also points the wrong way. And it's not a passage. It's just like this. It's this chamber behind this waterfall that you can open with these statues. And these statues we don't see in Guild Wars 1. And these are like dragon statues. Right, and we just summon this like evil, right? The Drakon Stelas, like we summon this evil flesh reaver that we kind of just bury back down. It's like really weird. So, but I guess I'm gonna farm some more mechanical enemies. Oh, we have the event going on as well, which means there's gonna be extra enemies. Yay! And we're almost equivalent in level with these guys, so we're gonna be much stronger now. We get some synergy because we're getting extra precision, critical hit rate from our Warhorn. So there's some precision going on, or there's some synergy going on, is what I'm trying to say, in our build. We're trying to do a condition damage build with high critical attacks, so that we get the most out of our honed axes, as well as do good damage over time. So it's like a hybrid build. It's a hybrid damage build. But I'm also trying to be a little tankier, because I really would love to see Frank the Tank take the lead here at some point. Destroy the steam portal. Alright, let's end it. I love how they don't they like weirdly disappear? Yeah, they get sucked into the portal and then disappear. Weird. That's weird. It's strange. It's okay. A basket. We got a basket with a crystal in it. So let's talk about relics a little bit as we're like waiting to find a gear crank here. But what are some cool effects that you guys are looking to see for the relics? Like, what are some cool types of relics that you'd like to have in game? I've seen some really cool suggestions by people, so I'm just, maybe people have come up with stuff over the last couple of weeks. I don't think I'm ever gonna find a fucking gear crank. I think I've given up hope at this point. So annoying. Give me a freaking gear crank, will you? Holy crap. We have pants that I can't wear. We have gloves that are not necessarily better. We get more, but we have condition damage on that, so I'll just leave that. Yeah. Maybe I should try myself with some other enemies, but we have what? Etten, Jotun, destroyers as well, wasps. That's all stuff that's over here. Oh, this is getting attacked. Whee. Oops. Too soon. I turned too soon.
So what do? We can't just sit here and let them keep building whatever that is.
Yay! Alright, we're here. Alright, maybe doing some events will help me with this.
Say I never gave you nothing.
Don't say I never gave you nothing. I really want pizza right now, which is not good. Which is not good. Guys, I got new pans, like cooking pans, and I'm very happy about that. I haven't bought new pans in probably, I don't know, a very long time. I don't think I ever have bought any. When my mom passed, I took all of hers, and I now have been using those for the last like 7 years. And yeah, I just really needed some new cooking pans, and I just got a really cheap set the other day, and I really like it. What are these guys doing over there? Are they not attacking? No. But yeah, I had some chicken today. I made some chicken earlier today, but now I'm hungry again, because that was like a long time ago. I was like working out in the yard. I was doing like 5-6 hours of yard work today, and I got really hungry afterwards. I was like, holy crap. I'm getting gears, but I'm not getting gear cranks. My bags are full. No space for this, all this garbage. Want to show some more enemies? No. Alright. Let's go back through the cave. Oh, hello. Can I defeat you guys? Oh, I think they're just gonna run away. I think they're just gonna run away. We do have another gear event over here, so let's see. Or, yeah. Steam event, I mean. Uh-oh. Fabricators. Let's kill the fabricator. Fabricators. Jesus. Ooh, I leveled up. How cool. How cool of me. Overseer. Whoa, we just exploded that tower. Oh my Lanta. Would you guys like to see like a Steam creature expansion? You know, we had like in the personal story they had the, you know, Steam creatures be part of the like alternative reality, a certain timeline thing or whatever. I would kind of like to see that. We could get a lot of like steampunkish stuff for that. That would be really cool. My favorite spec to play. I do really like Mirage. I'm a fan of Mirage. I think it's ease of use, and it's really cool. I really like it. Right now my main is Spellbreaker, and I really like the idea of a Spellbreaker. The problem is that I just hate that Warrior doesn't have good long range options, because I like using long range. And while I don't mind the daggers at all, I just think that, like, I don't know, I really like the idea of Spellbreaker, though. Like, having this anti-mage, anti-spell character, it's really cool to me. AI? Maybe now that AI is in full swing, it could be a recycled story for AI. What are we talking about? Like, I mean, I know I just said, like, for the expansion and stuff. Like, what do you mean by AI? Yeah. I'm never gonna see Gear Crank today. Listen, guys, there's been times where I've done walk through Lornar's Pass and I've gotten 3 of them. Yeah, for the Steam creatures, recycled story for AI. Now that AI is in full swing, but I don't know what AI has to do with that. Like, as in AI that's controlling the Steam creatures. That would be really cool. I don't know. The Steam creatures situation is like really interesting to me. And I would love to see more of it. They're all gonna run away. Kill them now. The end of the event. I've killed so many Steam creatures that is beyond. Yeah, but so it was a nice mystery until it was revealed Scarlet was behind them. But they could still twist it. They could have it like, because you know we had this alternate reality, right? And it would be really cool to solve some of these mysteries from the personal story. So we could have that we like journey to this alternate reality where the other certain like player character came from, right? This other world or whatever, and kind of. They could twist the story of like, oh that guy took over the world by stealing the Steam creatures from Scarlet and using those, and he, you know, he killed Scarlet and became this like guy that like used Scarlet's invention and created the Steam creatures. And then we can have an expansion in this alternate reality where we deal with these Steam creatures that have gone out of hand, right? And they have created this ultimate machine, this ultimate Steam machine that's kind of controlling all of them. And you know, after we have killed our other self, you know, quote unquote, from the Assurance storyline or whatever, they, you know, the Steam creatures kind of took over the whole world by themselves or something. Didn't they become aware? I don't know. Did they become aware? That's a good question. Ooh. Hey guys. Alright, so the origin of the Steam creatures currently threatening to overrun Lornar's Pass are largely still a mystery. They began arriving blah blah blah. Steam, after building a Steam mecha gate, they went on the offensive and have continued their attacks ever since. The Dermot Pryor managed to discover that the Steam creatures were part biological, although not enough to sustain life. All of the details, such as their creators and their intentions, continue to elude the scholars. A few clues surfaced since then. However, one possible point of origin for the Steam creatures was interdimensional, coming from a potential alternate future reality created by the Infinity Ball. In this suggested alternate future, one of the Asura contenders for the SNAF prize went on to form an organization known as the Conclave, declaring themselves the Grand High Sovereign of Tyria, and creating the Steam creatures to make that vision a reality. Little else is known about this potential reality, except that the alternate version of Shad held the title Grand Vice Admiral, and that both the High Sovereign and the Vice Admiral had taken to the field in what they called the Battle of Divinity's Reach. Had taken to the field in what they called the Battle of Divinity's Reach. Interesting. In 1326, the steam creatures formed a part of the Sylvari terrorist Scarlet's Briar invasion of the Central Tyria, although they were later phased out of her forces. Scarlet had previously worked on steam creatures, and it was this fact that allowed her to hijack Queen Jenna's Watch Knights, which had been based on steam creatures salvaged by humans. Okay. Blah blah blah. The commander has hallucinated Scarlet, taunting them in the Tower of Nightmare. Among these taunts was an intense interest in the creator of the Infinity Ball, but otherwise she was not known to have a connection to the Grand High Sovereign of the Conclave. Okay. So there's some kind of connection where Scarlet was interested in the Infinity Ball. And then a year later, the Pack Commander's adventuring party discovered that the steam creatures in Lornar's Pass and Brisbane Wildlands were likely to be the creation of Scarlet Briar, who had used scrap iron from black market dredge contacts to build steam minotaurs in the town of Prosperity. Okay. Kiara noted in her holographic diagram that the steam brains showed signs of emerging intelligence, designing their own steam portals and creating further steam creatures when under threat. After Kiara had used Omet's mind-opening device to gaze into the eternal alchemy and became Scarlet, she reported no longer needing her steam creatures prototypes and sent them through a portal to Lorna's Pass and the Brisbane Wildlands. Why the Brisbane Wildlands? Like, we don't see them anywhere. Do we see them anywhere else? Other than Brisbane Wildlands? Or, well, she did create them. I just said that she did create them. Because it says the commander's party discovered that the steam creatures in Lorna's Pass and the Brisbane Wildlands were likely to be the creation of Scarlet Briar. So she did create them, but yeah, you're correct. They actually had an emerging intelligence. Absolutely insane. I'm running out of space in here too. But yeah, you're correct. So she created them, and they did have an intelligence that came after the fact. So there is reason to believe that maybe we could see in a little expansion, right? Like a little expansion talking about them. I think that would be really cool. I would like that very much. Going into like a imagine like a Tyria, but it's steampunk Tyria that we go to. And I'm not saying like every map has to be, but like imagine we go, because they talk about the Battle of Divinity's Reach, right? So what if Divinity's Reach is like where this Grand High Sovereign or what High Grand Sovereign or whatever his name was, right? Like maybe he made that after he defeated the humans in Divinity's Reach and kind of took over the world. Maybe he made that a seat of power, and then because of the steam creatures, he transformed Divinity's Reach into a steampunk city. Like, wouldn't it be cool to see like an alternate version of Divinity's Reach that's like a steampunk version of Divinity's Reach, with like all these steam creatures and stuff inside of it, and it's all like, you know, smoky and dark, and because of the fumes from the steam and stuff. I don't know. I would love that. That would be really cool. I'm gonna just break down some of the stuff that I can't wear. That's not, I don't know if that's good or not. Or the stuff that I don't want to use. I don't know if that's good. Pistol I can't use. That I can't use. Alright, we got some space. I think that would be very cool. But who knows? I don't know. I don't know. I don't think, guys, this is gonna happen. I don't. What? They have another event here. Oh, these Steam portals are back up. Alright. Let's help them out. Alright, we did it. Let's try to kill more wolves, maybe. Maybe go on and ambushing those wolves again will wield better results. Oh, someone had a gear crank, guys. The event is up. No? Wait, it just spewed fire. Did you guys not see that? I was so excited. Did you guys see that? Did you guys hear the excitement in my voice? I was so excited for a minute. God damn it. It was like spewing fire, and I was like, oh, someone's doing the event. And it's like, nope. Just kidding. We're just fucking with your brain. If I only had a brain. Oh, we can apply a die. Let's apply a die. Boom, done. Gives me a lot of experience points. Alright, let's kill a bunch of more wolves. A bunch of more wolves here. Let's kill them all. You're set to have a gear crank, and I would like to have that, please. Oh boy. That's super annoying. Ooh. Yes. Yes. Precision and condition damage, baby. Ooh, maybe I can wear some of this other stuff. I love I'm 33. Wasn't there something 33? Yeah, let's wear that ring. That's good. That can go. Shoes? Better shoes. I like it. Ooh, oh, look at that. Nice. We get a nice new coat. We get new gloves. We get a new axe. And all in. Oh, this is another. Oh no, this is weaker. All the possibilities opened up here, guys. 33 was the magic level. Pants? Nope. I think that's it. Just slightly better, but better is better. Not complaining. I'm breaking down everything now. I need all the space. Get out of here. Alright. The wolves are respawning slowly. Yay! Time to kill them again. Gear crank, gear crank, gear crank, Gear crank? Holy crap. I've killed hundreds of enemies now and I have not gotten a gear crank. Alright, I'm gonna try for another 6 minutes. We'll go on to 2 a.m. if I can't find it. I'm sorry, I apologize. I've done my bestest. Yeah, for those that don't know, I'm gonna be streaming Secrets of the Obscure at a alarmingly slow pace. We're gonna be going in and we're gonna be doing the same thing that I did for End of Dragons, where I'm gonna make sure I talk to every NPC, we look at every corner of the map, we look at all the fun stuff as we go through the story, and we'll talk about all the cool implications and story stuff and lore things and all these things. And I think there's going to be a lot of NPCs to talk to around the tower and stuff. And I think, yeah, so I think there's a lot of opportunity for them to add some really interesting lore tidbits here and there. And I don't want to miss any of it. So I'm going to be streaming that. We're going to be doing like... I'm going to be streaming that day, the release, and then the 2 days after that as well. So if you guys want to join me for that. I'm still thinking about maybe doing giveaways as well, like doing a giveaway, one giveaway each day. But I don't know yet. I don't know yet. We'll have to see. But yeah, if you guys are interested in that, make sure to mark your calendars. Obviously, these will be posted on YouTube as well. The streams or whatever. Go, Frank, kill it. Yeah, look at that. Nice. Look at that good placement of the AoE there. Only Frank can do that. Jaw. I've gotten so much of everything else but what I need. Look at all these gears that I have. Build my own gear empire with this. Ah! Yeah, so we're gonna, literally this event will finish up right as 2 o'clock hits. So if we don't get a gear during this event, oh, well. No outpost. Oh, hello. I want to know, is that a brand new person? Maybe not. They seem to be knowing what they're doing. Oh no, they're new. They're new. I mean, they're using all the things. So they're doing pretty good. Oh, ah. Take this and this. I forgot. I thought he was attacking me, but he was just coming for my position there. Oh my god, there's so many of them. Time to call in some reinforcements. Now I have 2 pets. How about that?
The tower's down and our research is safe.
Lucky thing someone came by.
Alright, so no gear crank. I did get some new
Luck has
gloves
nothing to do
though.
with it. It was a carefully manipulated gambit. The situation
I give
was
it
under
one last
control
try
the
by
whole
killing all those
time.
wolves. One last try by killing all the wolves. Yeah, I don't think this is happening. But more pants. I'm getting pants and gloves. Don't know what to do with all that. Oh. Oh, there's the veteran. And that. And I didn't get it. We've been here for how long now? Jesus. We've been here for like a good hour trying to farm this. And I mean, I got a lot of stuff. I got new equipment and stuff, but not what I was looking for. Anyways, thank you guys so much for watching. If you guys haven't subscribed to the channel, I would really, really, really appreciate it. I hope you guys had a good time. I know this was like a little like blah, 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 like not too much, but I think I'm just like really ready for Secrets of the Obscure to come out so that I could just like talk about new things. I am still working on other videos. I haven't had a chance even today to do any of that. So, but I do have plans of like doing a bunch of different videos once Secrets of the Obscure comes out. Some stuff talking about underwater, some stuff talking about the gods, maybe some concepts for like other expansions and stuff. We'll have to see how it all goes. Yeah, but we also have a merch store if you guys want to check out some merch. That is in the description. If you guys want to become members, you can do that as well. You can join and you get cool little badges that I have made myself. And yeah, other than that, I think that's it, right? Yeah. So thank you guys so much. I hope thank you HC, thank you Jacob, thank you Lorkeen, Eli, Emily, as always. Spart is here. I didn't even see Spart was here. I saw your message, but I didn't really realize it was Spart. NM, thank you so much for all your theories and all that stuff. Mish King was here. Good, always good seeing Mish King. Skeward, I don't know if I'm saying that right. Skeward, whatever. Thank you so much for being here. Mr. Juice himself always drops in. Always nice seeing him. But yeah, thank you guys so much for being here. Awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you, HC. And I